up if you thought, what is this Toastmasters? Let me take a shot at it. Now that I have almost everyone in the room standing, sit down if you were appreciated by one person for something that you did at Toastmasters. For a non-profit volunteering organization, the thing that keeps us going is definitely appreciation. If I were to even recommend it to world headquarters, that we could add one more core value, it probably would be recognition, gratitude, appreciation on those lines. How many of you agree with me here? I've often wondered, why is it that we pay our $60, dollar rate increasing and everything, and still come and do work? I mean, you pay for services, but here at Toastmasters, you pay and you do something. Have you ever wondered how odd that is? At a club meeting, you're supposed to do something. At a conference, you're supposed to do something. Anything that you do at Toastmasters, you're doing something. Have you wondered that? But that is the beauty of the tagline itself, where leaders are made. Anyone that you can imagine as a leader, a mentor, a guide figure is someone that has a bias for action. Someone who has done something that made you so impressed that you want to be like them. Agreed? So I'm going to ask this group of very sincere District 121 members who showed up on time, even after a fabulous fun night, one thing. What is the value that you are getting out of your Toastmasters membership? If you are a club officer, ask yourself, am I being trained enough to add members? Am I being trained enough to help file Pathways Awards? Am I being trained enough to run club operations? How many of you have asked questions like that? Club officers, raise your hand if you asked yourself that question. If you are a member and you're paying $60 for a Pathways program, have you opened that curriculum and checked out the levels and actually gone through that tutorial? Have you asked yourself, am I getting enough? Every single time that you step out here and you have paid a lot of money to be here at a conference stage, are you asking yourself, am I getting enough from the conference? If these are not questions that you've already started asking, maybe now is a good time to be doing that. But just like everything else that we do, just like how respect is a two-way street, so is value, isn't it? You cannot expect value of a club meeting, a conference, or a district officers or a club officers training program if you are not giving value into the role that you signed up for. Are we giving value to the things that we take up at Toastmasters? Now, I will be failing in my responsibility as not just region advisor, but just anyone that looks out for the long sustenance of this wonderful organization if I don't mention one key thing: the member. The reason that we have thrived 100 years, 101 as of now, and we will go 100 years stronger, will be because of the member. So what can we do, conference delegates, 526 counting and all, what can we do to ensure that this organization that has given us so much up to this point, what can we do to give it back to the organization? And I have 3 things to leave you with. First thing, Anything that you do at Toastmasters, ask yourself, are you bringing value to that role, the speech, the connection, the relationship, whatever it is that you're doing? And value is very subjective. Somebody might not see the value, but as long as you're able to be true to yourself, that you are becoming better through that exchange, we should be good. So value. The second thing, word of mouth is still the best way to get Toastmasters to the rest of the world that does not know about it yet. You are the walking brand ambassador of what Toastmasters can do for people that don't know about Toastmasters. So my second request to everyone here, bring one person to Toastmasters. If you do it by June 30, great. But if you do it otherwise also, bring one person to Toastmasters so that they see for themselves what benefit they will get out of this particular program. And that can just happen at your club meeting, talking about Toastmasters, posting your own story of growth, personal and professional, and whatever it takes to make one more member join, that is you bringing them to the club. The third and the most important thing, are you building a better version of yourself? You might be in a role today and almost every other role is just for one program year. Without taking the title to your head, ask yourself, is this something that you want to be remembered by? Actions that you do. At the club level, is this a speech that is worth somebody's time? Is this an effort that is worth someone's money? As long as we are able to build a better version of ourselves, we should be good. And for that, you need to remember, give more, get more. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, MCs.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Vanita, for those inspiring words and valuable insights. Thank you for reminding us the purpose we joined Toastmasters with more clarity and to motivate us to achieve more.
Absolutely. And after hearing about leadership, growth, and vision, we now move to one of the sure ways for any speaker to create an impact. It is by master storytelling. Because facts may inform people, but stories make people feel, remember, and connect.
Now, when we hear the phrase world champion of public speaking, the first thing that comes to mind is inspiration.
What's the second thing?
The pressure for the rest of us to improve our speeches.
But that's the beauty of Toastmasters. It continuously shows us what's possible.
People may forget statistics. They may even forget your three main points, the power of three, but they will always remember how your story made them feel.
And today's session is especially exciting because we learn storytelling from someone who has mastered the art on the world stage. A speaker who has inspired audiences globally and demonstrated how stories can move hearts, influence minds, and create impact. Any guesses who the speaker is? Come on. Well, please joining me in welcoming the man himself, the world champion of public speaking 2016, Darren Tay.
Thank you very much to our MCs, and great morning again. It's day 3 of our conference, and I'm really excited to kickstart my session on Storycraft. Now, before we start off with today's session, I thought of sharing with you my personal story. About 8 to 9 years, I think maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I went to Trivandrum, Kerala, and I conducted a training session. Back then, it was perhaps, I would say, half the version of my storytelling module due to time constraint. But this time round, I have the full 1 hour, so I get to share the entire module with everyone. I know it has also been about 7 to 8 years ago, so some of our friends who might not have heard of my story, I want to take the first 5 minutes. And many of our friends who are perhaps seeing me for the first time, I'd like to take the first 5 minutes just to share with you a little bit more about myself. And I'm going to use that story as a base to share with you how you can craft your own story curve and how you can incorporate elements of the STORY strategy, story for short. So let me share with you my personal story. Now let me just check if it works here. Could I go to the next slide, please? Thank you. And let me just check if there are markers on stage as well. Yeah, could you just trouble my brothers and sisters to perhaps help me go to the next slide? Yeah. And oh, markers are there already. Thank you. I see the markers. So we can have our slides. Let me test as well. Yes. Thank you very much. Now, so this was me when I was really very young, when I was 6 years old. And could we set 1 hour on the timer as well? Thank you. So this was me when I was 6 years old. Really very young, didn't have a lot of experience in presenting and in public speaking. I didn't quite like speaking. And if you noticed, this guy here, first time, lipstick on the lips. Because my mom and my kindergarten teacher thought it was a great idea to put lipstick on my lips, to make my lips bigger. Yeah, when I was on stage presenting. Clearly a very traumatic experience. Raised in a family of 4, my mom, and by the way, today is the second Sunday of May, so it's Mother's Day. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish all our mothers Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mummy's Day to everyone. Thank you for nurturing your children, and making these young talents into who they will become in the future. So thank you to all the mothers in the world. So my mom, my dad, my younger brother, and me, we didn't come from a rich family, but we came from a family very rich in values. And my mom told me this, son, next time round, mommy can do quite a number of things for you, but certain things you cannot outsource. Mommy cannot do for you. Other people cannot do for you. Things like public speaking, things like leadership skills, you cannot quite outsource. Even ChatGPT, you can outsource perhaps some parts of the speech writing, but when it comes to presenting, you still have to be the one presenting. We say that public speaking is like this onion. At the base, we have content. There's this famous saying, content is king, delivery is queen. You need both, hand in hand. This content part with the advanced technologies like AI and all, it's possible to input the right prompts and they can come up with a fair enough speech. But the other layers of the onion, that's where we cannot outsource. We have to do it ourselves. The next layer in effective public speaking is P&E, pronunciation and enunciation. And I learned this the hard way when I was young. After that, that's not the end. You still have the next layer, which is vocal variety. Even if we can pronounce and enunciate every single word well, it's also about the rise and fall of the tone. It's also about when to pause. Then the final layer, you have body language. The use of the stage positioning, to prevent the use of body language leakages, the use of hand gestures. This entire onion, only this one, you can quite outsource to someone. The rest, you have to do it yourself. So my mom, very wise lady. Then, when I was 12 years old, I still didn't like public speaking. Back then, we didn't have a lot of opportunities. This was me when I was 12. I was more comfortable with animals than with human beings. Really. And this was me when I was 14 years old. Now, make a guess. Let's have some fun here. It's a Sunday, yeah? Let's have some fun. Make a guess. Who do you think was me? The guy on the left, on your left, or the guy on your right? How many of you think that I was the guy on your left? Show of hands, please. Not many hands, yeah? How many think I was the guy on the other side? That side? Oh, a lot more hands. This was me. Yes. Yeah. This, my younger brother. Till this date, he has no idea I'm using his picture for my presentation as presentation material. So this was me, 14 years old, and I see some very young students here in this cohort, which is amazing. They get to start very young. When I was 14, I still hated speaking, so I didn't dare to present until one day I met my benefactor. In life, if you meet that one person who's your benefactor, you grab and hold on to the person, you don't let go. That person was my English language teacher. Now, in Singapore, the English language teacher holds tremendous power. Let me explain why. She looked at me and she said, Darren, I keep seeing you hide behind the stage. You cannot do that anymore. I want you to present. If you don't present, I will fail you for your English language paper. In Singapore, the education system is like this. No matter how well you do for your other subjects, math, science, mother tongue, geography, English, lit, history, if you fail English, you would fail automatically for the entire year. That's the education system in Singapore. So I was thinking, okay, don't fail me. What do I have to do? She said, very simple. 5-minute speech, stand in front of the class of 40, that's it. I said, okay, what do I talk about? And she said, just deliver a book review. So I chose a book. I chose this book. Oh, I see many Harry Potter fans, yeah? So I chose this book because this was the book that I read from page 1 till the last page. So I enjoyed this book, but I still didn't know how to present. So she led me and she told me, Darren, you stay back after school every day for the next 30 days. I will help you out. 30 minutes each day from the speech craft, how you craft the content, to pronunciation and enunciation, to vocal variety, and then to correct your body language leakages. So she stayed with me, not paid extra. She's my benefactor, even till this day. Now, have you ever felt so nervous before? You cannot eat, cannot sleep. Maybe it could be a first date. It could be your presentation. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, shaking at that point in time. But she called me the night before and she told me, Darren, I'll be there supporting you every step of the way. Wow. So on the day of the presentation, I spoke in front of 40 people. And at the end of the presentation, she faced the whole class of 40 and she said this, class, Darren was very courageous just now. And you all should try and present like him next time. Wow. Sometimes all it takes is just one sentence, yeah, from a teacher and it changes the way you see yourself. How I wish I could tell you that's the end of my story. That wasn't the end. She said, Darren, since you presented not too bad, quite well, can you present one more time? So I was thinking, one more time, okay, in front of my classmates, yeah, 40, yeah, sure, no problem, 5 minutes. She said, oh no, it's not going to be 5 minutes. It's going to be 20 minutes. And this time round, it's going to be at a different place. A man like you needs a bigger stage. Wow, I didn't like the sound of that. What, a man like you needs a bigger stage? So this was the bigger stage. Make a guess, where do you think this place was? Popular. I heard Popular bookstore. No. Where do you think this place was? In school. Very good. The school library. And she said, Darren, a man like you needs this stage. And I would design posters with your face in the middle of the poster. This face. This face. In the middle of the poster. And at the bottom, it will read, watch Darren Tay perform live. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone book review. She would paste it all over the school, including the toilets. It looks something like this, all over. You go to the restroom, you see Darren Tay. Everywhere you go. This kind of marketing is better than your push marketing for Facebook marketing. YouTube ads, you can skip ad. You cannot scroll this away. Darren Tay, always with you. Oh, I don't know why you're clapping. Yeah? This was at, you imagine at a high school or a secondary school, you see this. You think students are going to let me off? They're going to take markers or pens or pencil and they start drawing, speech bubble and everything. So this went on 6 weeks marketing campaign. Make a guess, after 6 weeks of this marketing campaign, how many people turn up at the library? Make a guess. What do you think? 5? 5. 5 is still generous. 0. Nothing. No one came. And I was very happy actually. In my heart, I was like, yes, no one came. And my teacher said, Darren, I'm so sorry. I replied, I'm so sorry, ma'am, but it seems like I'm not meant for this. And then my teacher said, no, I think you know what's wrong? Not enough marketing posters. I said, ayo, not enough marketing posters. I told her, ma'am, did I do something wrong to you previously? Why are you doing this to me? And she says, no, Darren, you trust me. Eh? It's all for your own good. So she put more places, and this time round, 6 more weeks. How many people turned up? No more 0. You have 120. Oh, I was surprised. So I asked my teacher, ma'am, you mean to tell me more posters like these worked? She says, no. Even with more posters, no one came. I said, so what worked? She said, I forced 3 of my English language classes to stay back during recess to come and watch you present. I was like, wow. But can you imagine how much the students hated me? They hate her, but I didn't care whether they liked me or not. They still had to give me a warm round of applause. So that was what she did. And little did I know, she invited the debate teacher in charge and the school's principal to sit at the back of the library to come and watch me present. At the end of the presentation, that was when the principal and the debate teacher in charge came and said, hey, would you like to join the debate team? So without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. So every year on Teacher's Day, I would go back and I would tell her, without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. So, oh yeah, she's a mother also. Yeah, amazing lady. Now, let me fast forward to the last 1 minute of my story. When I was 27 years old, 27, by the way, she was the one that encouraged me to study law and become a lawyer eventually. But at age 27, she gave me a call. That was the time that I got worried. When your teacher calls you at 27, you'll be like, ma'am, is everything okay with your family? She said, no, Darren, everything is okay with my family. Thank you for asking. I said, okay, how may I help you, ma'am? She said, Darren, I know you are part of the Toastmasters movement. That's fantastic. I heard that you have taken part in the international speech contest and you have failed a few times. I'm calling you now to ask you to try for one more time. She called. And I said, okay, Ken, no problem. And she said, by the way, I heard if you win at the district level, you get air tickets sponsored. Free return air tickets. Back then, where there wasn't the video, you had to go over and compete at the semi-finals. Free air tickets. So I was thinking, oh, free air tickets. So that was good. So when I took part in the contest and I won at the district level, I was very happy. I took leave from my boss. I took a 30-day leave at the law firm and I said, could I take leave just to compete? Because I wanted to go there and practice my speeches, just to give feedback form and see how they respond to my speeches. So when I went there, I went to enjoy first. It was in Washington, D.C. I went to have a good time. I went to the White House, I went to the Congress, went to enjoy good food, until I reached the convention center and I saw back then, how the contest was structured. You have about, let's say initially 35,000 contestants from 143 countries. So they will fight it out all the way to the district level. They will pick the top 100 to go to the semi-finals. Then they will pick the top 10 to go to the grand finals. That was my time, 10 years ago, 2016, before they picked the world number 1, number 2, and number 3. So when I went over to the semi-finals, I saw the other 99 speakers. They were really good, very, very good. And we did a brief, informal survey. We asked, how many times did you rewrite your speech? Because a great speech, my mentor shared with me, is not just written once. But a great speech is rewritten multiple times. So make a guess. How many times do you think they, on average, rewrote their speeches? What do you think? 20. I heard 20. Very good. What else? 90. It's like an auction, 20, any higher, 90, any higher. So they rewrote their speeches about 153 times, on average. So I was thinking, I cannot lose out. So I decided to practice even harder, beg for speaking slots. I visited Toastmasters Club there. Every single speech I delivered, I would print out feedback forms and I gave to every single member. So in the US, they don't say tire puncture, they say a flat tire. So I changed that part, I rewrote that part. In the US, they don't say secondary school, they say high school. Okay, so I changed that part, I rewrote that part. And I rewrote my speech 154 times. Must be more than the rest. And hard work paid off, really. So when I won at the semi-finals, I was celebrating. It was on my birthday, the semi-finals. So I was celebrating and all until I see the top 10 speakers in the grand finals. Out of the 10, 7 were from USA. They're all my friends, by the way. 7 from USA, 1 from the United Kingdom, from London, 1 my good friend here, Tai Shika, from Sri Lanka and one poor guy from Southeast Asia that most of my American friends have not even heard of. They asked me, Darren, which country are you from? I said, I'm from Singapore. They said, where is Singapore? Is it part of China? I said, no, it's a country of its own, southernmost tip of Southeast Asia. And you know, what happens is that when you start hearing some of the contestants, they have been in the grand finals many times. They are known as the horses they are most likely to win, that people would bet on. And the least likely to win, first-timers. So who were the least likely? The first-timers. And I was one of the first-timers. And when you hear enough of that, you'll be like, should I waste my time, or should I continue to push harder? It was that year, that month, that a fellow Singaporean, it was the Olympics in Brazil. So there was a Singaporean named Joseph Schooling. He won the Olympics. Singapore is a small country. And by the way, if you win the Olympics, you get money. The moment talk about money, everyone awake already. Yes. How much do you think you get? Money. If you win an Olympic gold medal. I mean, in Singapore, right? The government gives money because no gold medals at all. But if you win a gold medal, money given to you. In US dollars, how much do you think you will get? Gold medal. Make a guess. 100,000? Higher. 750,000 US dollars. If you get a gold. If you get a silver, half of that. If you get a bronze, a quarter of that. It's quite a lot of money. Make a guess. World champion of public speaking. How much do you get? You're all laughing at me. You're like, kosong, zero. Oh yeah, what you get is recognition, one certificate, or one trophy. Yeah, so my dad, very cute. My dad gave me a call. My dad said, hey son, Joseph Schooling, he beat an American called Michael Phelps. Very strong, prolific swimmer. 1 million Sing dollars, about maybe 750,000 USD. Son, if you beat 7 Americans, will you get 7 times the price? I told my dad, Pa, nothing. You don't get anything, not even vouchers. But my dad, yeah, a man of few words. Or my mom, a lady of many words. But I listen to my mom more. I'm closer to my mom. But my dad, yeah, man of few words, he said something to me that I will never forget. You know what he said? He called and he said, son, your $1 million will come later. Focus on what message can you share if you have 7 minutes and 30 seconds of your audience time, and it's the world stage. Put the spotlight on the audience. And it is, sometimes we feel very pressured, right? Because we start worrying, how will the audience judge me? Will the audience like me and all? But when you start putting the spotlight on the audience, it relieves a lot of pressure. So that was what I did. I worked even harder, went to even more clubs, rewrote my speech, worked with my mentor, whom I'm very grateful for, at Tate. And I worked really, really hard, and finally on the 20th of August, 2016, after failing 5 times, I managed to win the World Championship of Public Speaking. And thank you. Each time I share this, it's not to impress my audience, but it's to impress upon my audience that if I went from this guy to where I am today, it's not because the moment I came into this world, I became a great speaker. It's a lot of the mentors, the benefactors, my friends in the Toastmasters community who supported me. Because without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. Yeah? So why did I share with you this story at the start? It's because we want to use that story as a base so that you can craft your own story, whether humorous or not. But what are the elements that go into a story? So we ready? Yeah? So let's go through some of the techniques and strategies. And storytelling, I will use this acronym, STORY. You can take a picture of this. If you want to take a picture of me with this, also can. I will stand here and I'll pose. I'm just having fun. Now, STORY, allow me to unpack the individual elements and what goes into that. And after which, we will open the floor. I promised everyone yesterday that we will take some questions. In fact, I love the hospitality from everyone. Yesterday, after the speech, some of you came up and asked questions, very good questions. You also shared that you have some questions that perhaps today you would like to ask. No problem. Any question, I'll be more than happy to assist, and I'll also be mindful of the time that I have, and I'll keep to the time allocated. So let's start first with the first one. In every good story, we have what we call a story curve. Whether it's for a contest, whether it's for a sales pitch, whether it's for just interpersonal communication, crafting a good story, the story curve matters. At the base of it is the letter S. And S stands for someone. One of the best ways, that means we need to have characters in the story. One of the best ways to connect with the audience is if we build characters that have these three factors. The first one is if the character has similar physical or certain features and attributes that are similar to you. Why? Because people like people who are like them. If you are able to share, hey, you and I, we share some similarities, we share some common traits, there is that first layer of connection. That's why I put it at number one. And we can go deeper in each layer. So the first layer, when I meet a new friend, I may say, hey, you like to play Clash Royale? You like to play League of Legends? Straight away we click. Or, hey, you're a business entrepreneur or you are a speaker yourself. Hey, can I learn from you? Straight away we click. Or, you like guarantee? I love guarantee. Straight away we click. Yeah? Oh. Yes. Okay. So, physical features. Have you seen Facebook ads? YouTube ads? I don't run any of these ads, but in Singapore, plenty. Have you seen those ads where they tell you, hi everyone, give me 60 seconds of your time, and I share with you how you can set up your e-commerce platform and earn passive income of X amount of dollars per month. Follow my 3-step strategy. Click here to book your friendly consultation now. Take a look at this person, Guarantee, 57 years old, no technical knowledge, don't know how to set up landing page, but yet going through training, able to do so. What is this person trying to do in copywriting? This person is trying to paint a profile that is similar to, hopefully, their target audience. Guarantee, 57 years old, no technical knowledge, don't know how to set up landing page. This might help you. So that is the first layer. The second layer, thoughts. If the character in your story starts to think a similar line or train of thought as you do, straight away there's resonance there. That's why sometimes in my story I will say, oh, I was thinking at that point in time, should I do this? Should I not do this? Because if it's the same as the audience, they start to connect at a deeper level. And the final one, the best of all, is emotions. If I'm able to share, back then, when I had to present, I felt very nervous. Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. My hands would shake. My audience may not know who Guarantee is, but my audience may know the feeling of anxiety before speaking, anxiety on the first date. So when there's an emotional connection, it becomes stronger. Take a look at this particular company. Have you heard of this company, Warby Parker? I see some nods. I've never heard of this company when it was first shared with me. This company, not in Singapore, I think based in the US, it was founded by a group of students, university students, and they were trying to fight with the big boys and big girls in the industry, making eyewear, glasses. So at first, when they came up with this company, they were talking about USP. What does USP stand for? What do you think? Unique selling point, unique selling proposition. That is absolutely right. So they were saying, my glasses drops on the floor, it won't break. My glasses are flexible. My glasses are very cheap to manufacture. I give you at a good price. Those are my competitive advantages. But they realized that their sales, they were abysmal. Very, very flat. Until one day, someone told them that if you tell facts, they only tell. But if you use stories, they truly sell. And they came up with this story. It's on their website. So you can Google this. I'm not making this up. I took a screenshot of what's on their website. I didn't write this. They started to have a corporate story. And their story started with this. Every idea starts with a problem. Ours simple. Glasses, too expensive. We were students when one of us lost glasses on a backpacking trip. Cost of replacing them was so high, had to spend the first semester of grad school without them. Squinting, complaining, we don't recommend this. Rest of us, similar experiences, and amazed at how hard it was to find a pair of great frames that didn't leave our wallets bare. Where were the options? Turns out, simple explanation, eyewear industry dominated by single company able to keep prices artificially high while reaping huge profits from consumers who have no other options. We started Warby Parker to create an alternative. And the moment their corporate story came out, straight away, their sales decided to take a turn for the better, and it exploded exponentially. What they did was they painted a character profile, speaking to mainly students. Students, backpacking trip, lost glasses. So for students like that, what's the first impression that comes to your mind? Maybe without a huge budget, right? Maybe they have to tighten their purse strings a little bit. Yeah, so that was what they did. And the next thing, after you have crafted the someone, let's go to the next one. T and O. So what does T stand for? T stands for the relevance. Why should they care? The relevance. And this is the part where in a story, especially when we do pitches before perhaps investors, or when we do pitches before individuals who want to buy into us, we want to share the relevance. Basically answering the question, how big is the problem? If you have seen even pitches on Shark Tank, Dragon's Den, or you have seen those kind of private investors programs, what happens is that they always talk about this. How big is the problem that we are facing? So for Warby Parker, they would, if you see the full version of the story, they would elaborate just how big it is. If I say public speaking, right, according to the Social Anxiety Center, they did a research. It's based in the US, if I quote their name and the figures correctly, 73% of individuals, they have some form of stage anxiety before they go on stage to present. So when you share that magnitude of a problem, the audience then realize, oh yeah, it's not just me, but it also affects many others as well. So that is the relevance. Now the next one, O stands for obstacles. This is the most important part of the story where the audience members, they follow. Now, your obstacle need not be a big problem. My friend always tell me it need not be the 3Ds, right? Which would be your death, disease, disaster. So your story need not involve the death of someone. Your story need not involve some natural disaster. Your story need not involve some kind of disease. Like my own story did not involve any of that. So how do you craft the obstacles that make it good? So if you stay with me, I'll take 2 minutes for this. Tip number 1 is to make your conflict or your obstacle as early as possible. Do you remember at what age was I required to give the book review? At what age? 14 years old. What was the title of the book? Harry Potter. Very good. And first time round, anybody turned up at the library? 0. Second time round, how many people turned up? 120. How many classes were forced? 3 classes. Did they love me or hate me? Hated. Last question. 2 people invited to sit at the back of the room. Who were they? Principal and debate teacher in charge. I'm pretty sure that even by the time you leave this space, you can still remember down to these details how many individuals. Not because the speaker forced you to memorize it. It's because of the way it's packaged. And that comes from the obstacle. Start the obstacle as early as possible because that's the hook. I started my obstacle very early. I just said, one day, English language teacher told me, if you don't present, I will fail you for your English language. And the audience will be thinking, oh, what's going to happen next, right? Now, let me share with you another example. This is another example. There's this gentleman from the US. His name is Rob Walker. Now, Rob Walker decided to do an experiment. He decided to buy something that is useless on eBay. Have you heard of eBay? And now I know it's Amazon, right? Yeah, he wanted to buy something useless on eBay and flip it without repairing or changing that product. For example, this puppet monkey, he wanted to buy this puppet monkey, all torn, tattered, not going to repair it, not going to stitch it back, but he's going to sell it at a higher price. Buy low, sell high. The audience members, you all must be thinking, this guy must be not right up here. Who in the right mind would do that? You go to McDonald's, you buy chicken McNuggets, buy low, and you want to sell high at $50 US. Who in the right mind would buy that? And he said, I want to experiment because I realized people don't care about this. People care about the story behind. So he decided to craft a story, fictional, not real. And he made it clear to the customers it's not a real story, fictional story. But every one of his story had an obstacle. Every one of his story had the obstacle early. And one more thing, every one of the story, there was stacking. Meaning, it wasn't just one conflict. There were a few conflicts that added up. My own story was the same. I was shy and reserved. 14 years old, teacher told me, don't present, fail you for English language. First time round, very nervous. And then after that, put posters all over the toilet. Nobody turned up, and then eventually forced 3 classes. So this is stacking. When you're able to add up the conflict, it makes it more significant. So that was what he did. Every single one of the items, let's take this item for example. You know what this is? This is a wooden horse. Doesn't look like a horse. Would you buy this? Maybe not. Look at the years, chipped off, colors faded. There's a big hole right here. Not by design. It was by accident. It was a drilling accident. There was a hole in there. How much are you willing to pay for this? And your answer cannot be 0. I go to every conference, some people will say, no, Darren, you have to pay me to throw it for you. I say, no. Answer more than 0 in US dollars. How much are you willing to pay for this? Well, $1, 40 cents, very good. Some more. Any more? $5, $10. Wow, the rich ones, you know who they are. Huh? Next conference sponsors, you go to them. So this was purchased by Rob Walker at 75 cents. USD. And he wrote a story. Everything is transparent. He posted on the website, including the transaction references and the receipt. I went online and I checked. The story wasn't even magnificent, but the story had these. It was basically about a male and a female. They got heartbroken. They met in the middle of the park, underneath a horse statue, and then love at first sight, and then live happily ever after. That was the story. And it was sold at $108.50. USD. Why are you clapping for this? I'm just kidding. $108. That's well, I think more than 144 times increase in value. When you hear this, like how I heard it for the first time, something came to my mind. It was, this is luck, anomaly, freak accident, isolated example, right? So he decided that if an experiment is repeatable and reproducible, then perhaps it proves something. So he bought 30 items, all these things, on eBay. Everything for $128, and he wrote a story for every single one. And guess how much he sold all these 30 items for? He sold all these 30 items for $3,612.51 USD through flipping. Now, in case you're wondering, is Darren telling me to, let me rethink my profession? Let me consider a side hustle. Well, I mean, some people are doing that already. But this goes to show too that even when selling not a useful item, but a useless item, a story with a good enough obstacle can make some sense. So I want to share with you tip number 3. Before we conclude and we go for our Q&A, tip number 3 is what you want to do to make your obstacle a bit more universal. So what do I mean by universal? Something that the audience care about. Now, in public speaking, the academic studies, there are 4 pillars that human beings care a lot about. And if you incorporate that in your story, it's going to be very helpful. That makes it a bit more universal. If today I tell you, my pet cockroach died, I can no longer squeeze my pet cockroach to extract cockroach juice, to drink, and build my immune system. You all probably will be regurgitating your breakfast. You'll be thinking, Darren, cockroach juice, don't want, right? Yeah, you won't care about cockroach juice. So it needs to be something that the audience care about. So these are the 4 pillars. The first one, prosperity. Anything that increases the level of prosperity, people will be interested in. Number 2, sometimes it's not about the money. Sometimes it's about this, increasing the level of happiness. Generally, people are interested about if that problem or obstacle concerns this. The third one is a sense of purpose. And the last one is freedom. Time freedom, financial freedom, anything. It can be a combination of these pillars. So far, so good? All right, last 2. We covered S, we covered T, we covered O. What are the last 2 letters? R and Y. That's right. So the letter R is here. How was it resolved? And this is where we talk about the hero. This is where we talk about the solution. This is where some people talk about their products, some people talk about their innovation. Take, for example, this company. Do you know the name of this company? Nike, yes. Now, when Nike first started, it was a company, they sold shoes, and you know what was their unique selling point? Before they had a very strong brand story, they came up with a unique selling point, and that is, we compete on performance. We fight with Adidas. We fight with Reebok. We fight on performance. We have better cushioning. We have better mesh material. Yeah, more cooling, dissipates heat better. But they still weren't able to get that group of loyal fans until someone told them, Nike, you must change. And Nike said, what do you mean by change? Nike realized that people don't just buy products. People buy into the identity when I use, when I own, when I utilize that product. So what Nike did was, Nike came up with their famous slogan, and they got athletes to really, really harp on that particular slogan. And what's that slogan? Just do it. Look at their other competitors. What is Reebok's slogan? They actually have one. They revamped one in 2005 and one in 2025. If you check online on Google right now, what is Reebok's slogan? I think the 2005 one is I am who I am or something. Yeah. But nobody really remembers as well as compared to Nike, because what they did then different was that if I wear Nike shoes, it's not necessarily it's the best pair of shoes on planet Earth, but it's because of when I wear Nike, I identify with the resilience, I identify with the courage, I identify with the just do it attitude that most of the athletes do. When I went over to China, they told me that there was this particular company that sold white t-shirts. You know in China how competitive it is? Everything is competitive. They said certain things made in China, well, a lot of things made in China. You try and sell white t-shirts in China to males. How competitive it is. You're going to fight on cost. You're going to fight on breathability. You're going to fight on how easy it is to wash, anti-wrinkle. It's not going to work that much. So they decided that they need to create an identity. When people wear my white t-shirt, just like Nike, it must mean something. Because I'm not selling a product. I'm selling the identity that you have when you own and you use that product. So, little white tee is called Bai Xiao T. Translated to English, little white t-shirt. The company's aim was to say, I don't want people to wear LV. What does LV stand for? Oh, very good. You all said the right one. Oh. The moment I mentioned LV, boom. At a previous conference, someone shouted, I know what is LV. And I said, yes, what is LV? They said, LV stands for low value. I said, oh, you have something against LV, yeah? Someone carry a $5,000 bag and they said, I know that, low value. No, I'm just kidding. So, little white tee says, let's strip away all the pretense. Let's strip away all the need to admire, strip away all the need to motivate, strip away all the need to try and impress others. Why try so hard to impress others? Just be the pristine white self, carry yourself, don't need to carry other people's brand. So when people see that and hear that, they said, oh, I want to belong to that club. I'm going to wear Bai Xiao T. So that was what they actually created. When you have a good enough story, people actually automatically gravitate towards that. So a hero, we want to know who the hero is, we want to know why, and we want to know how. How did the hero help? Who was my hero in my story, by the way? The one who inspired me? English language teacher. And how she helped me? She helped me by giving me opportunities, calling me and all, making sure that I don't give up, right? So I explained the who, how, and then why she's so important, because she continued to see potential and never give up on me. The last one, before I end today's presentation, it's this, the letter Y. Why? Your USP. Why you are the best person to provide that solution. Why you are the best person to help them solve a particular problem. Why you? Why not someone else? Now, in your unique selling point, and I'll end with this, many people will think, is it a special skill? It can be a skill, it can also be a particular set of values that you may have. So let's do a quick recap, ladies and gentlemen. What is the letter S? Okay, let me cover this, otherwise you'll be there. This is Reebok, by the way. Letter S is someone, very good. And letter T would be the relevance. We are going to the Q&A already. The letter O would be obstacles. Letter R, resolution. And the letter Y would be Absolutely. Your USP, your unique selling point, why you are the best person to provide that solution. So with that, I want to say a big, big thank you to you all. Thank you so much, District 121. Thank you so much. You all have been amazing, amazing. I'd like to thank you for your wonderful hospitality. I'd like to thank you also for being so welcoming, so friendly to me, and saying hello, smiling, concerned about why I'm still single. I think those are very, very sweet, yeah? Before we go for the Q&A, I've seen for the past 2.5 days how our district leaders, Madam President, our regional advisor, our 3 district senior leaders, they have been on stage and they have been giving awards after awards to people, giving recognition, like what Vanita mentioned, and giving the gratitude and sharing with so many people the award. So I myself, they don't know about this. I have a small token of appreciation that I want to give to them because they are the ones giving awards, and I reckon that I would want to be the one to give it to them as well. I'll give it to them personally. I got the pleasure to give one to our Madam President, a copy of my book, so I will give the book over to our 3 district leaders as well as to our regional advisors. And thank you so much for everyone yesterday who managed to grab a copy. If you want, we have remaining 20 copies. I'll be there at 12 during noontime if you still want to grab one. And finally, if you would like to ask more questions beyond the Q&A, I welcome you to also join our free community. You can take a picture of this and you can scan the QR code whenever you are free. So right now, I'll turn to the Q&A segment. I know we have some staff on standby with a microphone, so feel free to ask any questions. We have the remaining 10 minutes for this segment, so anyone with any question, feel free to raise your hand. You can ask me anything, even personal questions. More than happy to answer. Oh yes, we have a hand here, we have a hand there, we have another hand at the back. Okay, because the lights are a bit bright, so I'm going to do my best to see if I can see you, yeah? Okay. Hello, hi. Thank you.
Hi, Darren. This is Nikhil. It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
In your 2016 speech, Outsmart, Outlast, you spoke about one important element, being self-conscious. So my question to you is, when you go to the stage now and feel self-conscious, what exact thought you think in that moment which help you to break that loop?
Oh, for me, I would say it depends on the stage. Basically, when it comes to presenting, some of the participants ask, do I still feel nervous? Actually, I do. Stage anxiety, especially when it comes to these 3 elements, it increases the level of anxiety and makes me more self-conscious, makes me a little bit more judgmental and self-critical of myself. So what are these 3 elements? The first one is when there's a bigger crowd, so it's directly proportional to the level of anxiety and how much more self-conscious I am. So a bigger crowd as compared to just 1 or 2 individuals. So that's the first factor. The second factor would be AA. AA stands for authority asymmetry. So if there's a difference in authority, speaking with my peers, well, it's okay. But maybe speaking with my bosses or speaking with someone in a high-stakes presentation, like an investor pitch, then potentially stage anxiety would increase. The last one would be on the level of preparedness. So if I'm more prepared, then the less likely I am. So if you ask me, like for example, for this stage, for Toastmasters district conferences, because I'm very blessed and grateful to have had the chance to do this a couple of times and in each year to do so. So I'm quite used to this particular stage. The judgment or the level of self-consciousness is not so high. What do I then do to overcome that? There are a couple of techniques and strategies, one of which that I often share with my participants. It's the Navy SEAL method, the 4x4. It's so popular right now that you have YouTube videos talking about the 4x4 breathing method. It's discreet, you can do before you come on stage. So this box method posits that you take the first 4 seconds to breathe in, feel the coolness of the air, feel the chest and lungs expand. Then the next 4 seconds, so this is to breathe in, the next 4 seconds is to hold the breath, instead of expelling air very quickly. The next 4 seconds would be to breathe out, and then the final 4 seconds is to hold the breath. This forms one cycle, and you can do it for 4 cycles. There was, I think, this TV show where they involved Chris Hemsworth. You know who Chris Hemsworth is? Wow, the macho, handsome, a lot of muscle Thor, right? the one who played Thor, he had the fear of heights. I don't know whether he still has, but back then he was asked to walk from one building, the top of one building to the next, along a very narrow walkway. And then when they had a watch, like a Fitbit or something like an Apple Watch that's strapped onto his wrist, they measured the heart rate. Oh, it was like going really high. Super nervous, one of the symptoms of stage anxiety. Then when he had someone to lead him through the box method, and his heart rate actually dropped quite dramatically, he was able to go through. Does it mean that you totally cannot have or get rid of anxiety or get rid of that judgmental self, that self-consciousness? Maybe not 100%, and most likely won't be 100%, but you can reduce it to quite a comfortable level. Yeah, great question. Any more questions? Oh, wow, quite a number of hands. Yes, you have a microphone. Oh yes, over here. Hi ma'am, hello.
Hello. Darren, you are more than 4.5 decades younger to me. And yet, you are extremely energetic, more than all of us, very young looking, extremely intelligent. You put in a lot of effort even for today's presentation. What is it that keeps you so young, so hearty, and energy excellent?
Oh, thank you. It's a real pleasure. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. In fact, I'm learning from you all as well, because everyone here carries a lot of wisdom. And for me, I'm also learning. I would say what keeps me going, in the past, I thought after winning the World Championship of Public Speaking, that would be like, okay, closure of a journey. Then when I decided that I want to become a teacher, so in Singapore, I teach young kids. I love kids, but I don't have kids of my own. Yeah, so I teach young kids like from age 7 and onwards. We also help adults as well. One of the things that I didn't realize that it's like being a good speaker yourself, and I wouldn't even say I'm the best. There are actually a lot of great speakers out there. They are way better than me. Some of them are non-Toastmasters. Some of them are Toastmasters. My other world champion colleagues, they're also great speakers. We then see that I see myself as a gap that I have to fill, which is one, improving myself versus how can I help a child, 7 years old or 8 years old, to improve. And it's quite difficult. Like, I need to try on different strategies. So every day is a learning process for me. Some students come with me with certain learning needs. Some of them may not be able to learn like regular students. And to teach a 7-year-old versus teaching a 15-year-old, I need to use quite a number of strategies. One of the things that I use, I call it pattern interrupts. Even the pattern breaks or pattern interrupts, I need to increase the frequency. When COVID hit as well, I also had to do that. Back then, when I present with 20 slides, during COVID, because easily people can open an internet browser and they can be distracted, turn on WhatsApp web and everything. So we had to almost double or triple the number of slides just for every few seconds there will be a change. Or every few seconds you ask people, comment in the chat 342 if you're able to hear me. So those are the things that I keep myself grounded, keep myself humble to learn. So when I attend a conference, I listen to the other conference speakers, because I think everyone can teach me something, and I'll find out, hey, what's their style? Okay, this one works well. The way this person answers the question, so good. I was speaking with our international president. One of the things she said on stage is, don't just thank the people who ask you good questions, easy questions, but even difficult questions as well. So that is something that I'm also learning, because sometimes when people ask difficult questions, it takes also a lot of mindfulness to be present, to listen, and listen to understand, not listen with the intent to straight away reply and defend, but listen to understand. So it's a skill that I'm cultivating also. But thank you so much for your kind words. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Still single. Single. You have any recommendations, let me know, okay? We have about 6 more minutes, so we can take some more questions. Because I'll be mindful of time. We have a very packed schedule, and later on we have another keynote speaker. We have international speech contest. Oh, that's the exciting bit. And I wish all the contestants from District 121 for the international speech contest the very best. Yeah. Yes, all the best. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Darren. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Priya. I have a question from your story. So in your story, apart from you, the other main character was your teacher. Now, what we've been taught is that when you have main characters, You give them a name and attribute. Something like my teacher was so and so, she wore the glasses, or she was, some curly hair, some attribute,
Yes.
so that people can relate to the character, the person. But I noticed that you did not mention her name nor describe her attributes. Was it intentional? Was it because it's international or an audience from a different culture? Is it something like they cannot relate to if the names are unique? Let's say I have Indian names. If I present, let's say, Lakshmi in an audience predominantly Americans, maybe they cannot connect. Was that the intention behind not naming her? I just want to know your thoughts and why you intentionally did it.
Yeah, that's a very good question. One of which was also in my grand finals, the World Championship of Public Speaking speech. The bully's name, it wasn't the real bully's name because to protect the person's identity, so we used another name. For my teacher, I actually asked her for permission if I could mention her name openly to everyone. She's someone who really likes to help and push others without being in the spotlight. So she did tell me that maybe don't have to mention my name. So I might just say English language teacher. But there could be another consideration also, like going over to another country and then making use of certain names. Like I have a Chinese name as well. So my full name is Darren Tay Wen-Jie. So most of the time in Singapore, because English is our working language, so I just go with Darren. Then in another district conference, when I went over to some of the speakers or the participants, they are not so conversant in English. I went to China, one of the districts, so they are more comfortable with using Mandarin. And that was when I then used my Chinese name. So sometimes I adapt as well, but most of the time, if it's an English language speaking crowd, I'll just stick to my English name. One more point to your question, which I think is a great question. It's beyond just stating attributes, there are two other ways also we can shape and build a character. One is to make use of visuals. So when we make use of visuals, right, we are able to show. So instead of maybe describing how Darren Tay looks like when he was 14, if I can show a picture, that would be even better. Or like what the organizers do, they show a video, that's even better. We say picture paints 1,000 words, video paints 1,000 pictures. So if I'm able to do any one of these, that would be even better. So visual, it would then help me save a lot of time to describe certain physical attributes. The other one would be, someone says show and not tell. This is something that J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, uses a lot. So instead of like maybe saying how this person looks like or what this person is thinking, this author tends to use the showing method because it lets the audience participate. So instead of saying, Harry Potter is very hungry right now, the author would write, Harry Potter's stomach is rumbling loudly. So even without using the word hungry, they're able to let the audience participate in that curiosity chase and come to this irresistible conclusion. Harry Potter must be hungry. So that's a great question. I just thought of sharing these two tips. Thank you. Yes, we have time for maybe just last two questions. Yes, we have one here. Yes.
Hi, Darren. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Michelle. First of all, really excited to see you. And today is Mother's Day. I would like to wish your mom a happy Mother's Day and
Thank
also
you.
congratulate her to bring such an amazing person into this world and who is empowering and inspiring all of us. My question to you is, during your journey to World Championship, how did you identify stories which were championship worthy at each level, and how did you work? You said you worked, I think, 154 times on the stories, the script, which is not an easy thing. So what were those stories? How did you work? And how did you identify that these could lead to winning the championship?
Thank you for a great question, and wishing your mother happy Mother's Day as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for the World Championship stage, when we rewrote our speeches that many times, the stories, they are pretty much quite fixed already. What we did, they were more cosmetic changes, like maybe touching up the language, touching up the way we phrase certain things, maybe using power of three, maybe adding a rhetorical question here. But to answer your question, how do we then find so many different stories, and especially if you have to go through different campaigns? First year, maybe if I I don't make it, then the next year I don't want to bore the judges with the same speech. I want to come up with another one. Then if I still don't make it, then maybe the next year I will try something. That's why some contestants, they will take a gap year. They will take a break, and then they will campaign again because it takes time, it takes effort, it takes energy to craft one. Yeah, so I'll keep this very, very short. In finding out a story and how to accumulate story, ChatGPT can do a lot of the language, the construction of sentences and all, but stories, it has to be native, it has to be authentically yours. When we craft a story, we can either craft our own personal story. This one is the best because you can speak with conviction, don't really have to memorize. You can use other people's story. So if I hear a story of Nike, Jack Ma, Steve Jobs, Barack Obama, I can use. And finally, I can use fictional stories like maybe hypothetical, Harry Potter and all. So personal stories, toughest, because most of the time we may not open a bank account yet. So in my phone, I will always open a bank account. It's basically this note page. I call it a story bank. My mentor at Tate calls it a story depository. So basically, you have this note, and every story that you experience, good or bad, even on stage microphone not working and all, you accumulate. So when you make those regular deposits, when the time comes, you are able to make those withdrawals. Because often the mistake that we make is by the time we need to make sizable withdrawals, we expect that the bank account will be very fat. It would have a lot of these stories. There are wow factors already. Yeah, so that would be one advice I can give. Thank you. Last question. Yes. Final question. Yes.
Hey Darren, when you started your public speaking journey, is there any top 3 things you did it on daily basis or weekly basis to improve your skill?
Or top 3 things when I started my own journey, right?
Yeah.
Back then, no AI. Now, the younger generation with ChatGPT, I tell all my students, even when you want to practice impromptu speaking, table topics, back then, for my district campaigns, we had to come up with an Excel spreadsheet, all the past year topics, write it down, ask the previous neighbor districts, ask the other districts, hey, what were your topics? So we had to compile this. Now, if you go to ChatGPT, type the prompt, come up with 20, come up with 50 impromptu speech, and group it into 4 main categories of questions. The first one would be single word topic. So single word topic would be like courage, right? For example, you get this table topic question, which I got before, courage. Of course, you can't just stand on stage and say, this is courage, and then you step off. Oh, that one, you won't even meet the 1 minute. But if you get a one-word topic, the strategy would be either you tell a story about courage, or you use that one word to form a sentence, because that one word is very, very broad. So you use that one word, form a sentence. Courage is needed to do public speaking. That is a thesis statement. Then you do agree or you disagree. So one thing is ChatGPT can help you, but you ask it to come up with 4 categories of question. Single word topic. The other one would be personal opinion questions. This is very helpful. The other one is hypothetical questions. One of the District 80 table topics contest, when I was a contestant, the topic was, if you see a wallet on the floor with a lot of cash, would you take it or leave it? That's a hypothetical question, which is a scenario-based question. Then the final one usually will be a personal experience question. When you tell ChatGPT like this, you are then giving it the right prompts to give you the right list. Otherwise, they will just whack. They just go in different directions. So now with technology, I probably wouldn't suggest the way I prepared back then, because now you have this. It's very different already. The other 2 things that I did was, number 1, I was able to get some mentors, even starting with at the club level, or getting with other champions who were earlier, more seniors than I do, and then just ask them, find out from them if it's possible to squeeze some time, could you evaluate my speech and all. Those are very, very helpful. Because when I did my own championship speech, people said to do the audience engagement might be a bit tough, but then when I asked at Tate, that actually works. So it also depends who you ask as well. Yeah, not saying that others might tell you something that they want you to do badly, no, but because maybe they have not tried it yet, so maybe you can go around asking more and then getting mentors to help you. That would be helpful in your journey. Yeah. The last point that I'll make is prepare to video record yourself, and then when you video record yourself, what we do is that we play it back 3 times. So the first time when you play it back, you play it without the audio. So without audio. I purely look at the visuals. Do I use a lot of body language leakages and whatnot? Because it's different from workshop. Like I'm conducting a workshop right now, it's conversational. I can't be speaking like I'm doing an international speech and all. It's very different. So this one needs to be a bit more conversational. People find it easier to connect with, right? But when it's a speech contest, it's a different deal altogether. We won't speak like that in a speech contest setting if, let's say, I'm going to do a business deal with someone. But you need to know that game. So if that game is that, then one of the things I will need to watch out for. body language leakages? Do I sway from left to right? Do I break the parallel lines a lot when I present? Then, without the visual, that means I listen to my voice just to hear, is it good or not? Do I use a lot of maybe pause fillers then? Is the rise and fall effective? And then the final one is I watch both and see whether they look good together. So that's the kind of effort that we will put in, especially at the start. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. So with that, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Mother's Day once again. And before I end, I would like to take a group picture with everyone, the Gen Z way of doing it. So everyone, could you just stay where you are and just do a thumbs up? It's a 0.5. Just need to look into the camera. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you everyone. Thank you MCs. Thank you.
What an incredible session that was. Darren didn't just teach us storytelling. He reminded us why stories remain the most powerful way to connect, inspire, and influence. And well explained the onion of public speaking as well as the effectiveness of washroom marketing. I think after that session, many of us are already mentally rewriting our next speech. Now we have a small felicitation session for Darren. May I request our Program Quality Director, District 121, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Toastmaster, the applause shouldn't stop. It's the Darren Tay. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir. I request you to stay back for the next felicitation session for the district contest team. May I request the district chief judge, Distinguished Toastmaster Lacey John. Chief Judge, Distinguished Toastmaster Lacey John. District Contest Chair, Distinguished Toastmaster Susan Matthew. And District Chief Judge, Distinguished Toastmaster Nitasha.
Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz. Now it's time for another very important Toastmaster tradition, networking around the tea counter.
Yes, because some of the best evaluations in Toastmasters happen unofficially during tea breaks. So please take this time to refresh yourselves, connect with fellow Toastmasters, click lots of pictures, and maybe rehearse your next speech while holding a cup of tea dramatically.
We'll reconvene shortly after 15 minutes, so please be back on time at 11:30 a.m. After the break, we have a vibrant Bharatanatyam dance performance by a talented artist, Vidun Kumar. Trust me, this is one performance you would not want to miss. The tea counters is in Abbey Hall, and the washrooms are on either sides, and the drinking water is to the right side. Thank you.
Richard.
Dear Toastmasters, I request you once again to come inside the auditorium and take your seats. And call your fellow Toastmasters and club members as well. Dear Toastmasters, kindly occupy your seats and let the caffeine kick in. Kindly occupy your seats so that we can proceed with our next exciting sessions. I request those who are standing outside to enter and take your seats.
Come on, everyone. Please come and settle on your seats. We have a very exciting performance next. Welcome back, everyone. We have spent the last session diving deep into words and stories. Now it's time for us to see stories can also be told through movement and rhythm.
We have a very talented performer who chose to pursue his passion of Bharatanatyam along with his profession as an engineer. Can we have the video, please?
A man who dedicated his life to Bharatanatyam at the age of 3. His feet found their rhythm before his words did. He trained under the finest guru, Jayashree Natyashree, Srimati V. Maithili, and the legendary Srimati Priyadarshini Govind. He didn't just learn a dance form. He became its devoted guardian. A bachelor's degree in Bharatanatyam from Bharatidasan University, an ICCR impaneled artist, a graded Doordarshan performer, a CCRT scholar, and a proud recipient of the Nritya Nipuna Award from Nalanda University, Mumbai. His performances have graced the most celebrated stages: the Music Academy, Chennai, Nisha Gandhi, Surya, the Uday Shankar Festival, and carried Bharatanatyam all the way to the audiences of Kyoto and Osaka, Japan. And yet, Equally at home in boardrooms, he thrives as a senior business consultant in IT, a mechanical engineer with an artist's soul, a dancer with an analytical mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vidun Kumar.
Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Vidun Kumar.
ஆடும் சிதம்பரம் அன்பர் கணிக்கவே ஆடும் சிதம்பரம் அன்பர் கணிக்கவே ஆடும் சிதம்பரம் அன்பர் கணிக்கவே ஆடும் சிதம்பரம் அன்பர் கணிக்கவே கூத்தாடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஆடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஐயா யாரும் அறியாமல் அம்பலவார யாரும் அறியாமல் அம்பலவான யாரும் அறியாமல் அம்பலவான சீரடியார் பார்க்க சேவடி தூக்கி நின்று சீரடியார் பார்க்க சேவடி தூக்கி நின்று ஆடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஐயன் கூத்தாடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஐயன் ஆடும் சிதம்பரமோ பாலகிருஷ்ணன் போற்றும் பனிமதி சடையின பாலகிருஷ்ணன் போற்றும் பனிமதி சடையின பாலகிருஷ்ணன் போற்றும் பனிமதி சடையின தாளமத்தடம் போட தாத்தை தாத்தை எனவே தாளமத்தடம் போட தாத்தை தாத்தை எனவே ஆடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஐயன் கூத்தாடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஆடும் சிதம்பரம் ஆடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஆடும் சிதம்பரமோ ஐயா 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 ஐயா
Wow, what a performance! A beautiful way to experience a story through movement, expression, and pure emotion. May I invite Program Quality Director, District 121. Oh, I'm sorry. May I invite Distinguished Toastmaster Pratap Mohan Nair to felicitate Mr. Vidun Kumar. Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Pratap Mohan Nair, and thank you, Mr. Vidun Kumar. Over to the Crescendo chair, Toastmaster Riaz, and co-chair, Distinguished Toastmaster Arundhati.
Good morning, everyone, or rather almost afternoon. We're very glad and delighted to share a very heartfelt news to all of you all. Like most of you know, Crescendo 2026 started with a hope to create a lot of ripples, not just within Toastmasters, but beyond. And we are extremely proud and very happy to say that while all of you have registered for this conference, a percentage of your registration fee has now been donated to an organization called Peace Valley Foundation.
What they do, they have three different areas that they specialized in the service. The first one that is they help and support the people that's considered with mental challenges. They also take care of the palliative care. And the third aspect that they take care of is the people have mobility challenges as well. Quoting the words of the chairman of the foundation, Peace Valley is the place where people come to die peacefully. If we can make a difference to those people, that is how we want to make the countless ripples go beyond the doors of the Crescendo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't thank you enough for choosing to be part of Crescendo 2026. Because as much as you're contributing to the Toastmasters fraternity by creating such a fabulous conference, it's going much above and beyond. And that is why, on this final day of Crescendo 2026, we want you to carry our very own mascot, Myketon, home. So as we speak, our generous volunteers will go around the room and give you your goodie bag. That has a thank you note from all of us to tell you how happy we feel about your participation. A little token of you to carry Myketon back home and remember. But very finally, we've also ensured that you can plant a seed that will generate many, many happy faces through that seed ball in your package. Thank you very much for your participation in Crescendo 2026. I'll now hand it back to the MCs of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, conference chair and co-chair. One voice in the business world can shape an entire ecosystem and create ripples across industries, jobs, and communities.
The Kerala Startup Mission is an organization that empowers ideas, fuels innovation, and supports entrepreneurs to turn what-ifs into what's next.
Its leader is a man who mentors young people to embrace the risk they face to create ripples of impact from their own voice and vision.
Let's
watch a video about the Kerala Startup Mission. Can we have the video, please?
Imagine a state once known for its backwaters and beaches quietly becoming one of India's most powerful startup destinations. That transformation didn't happen by chance. It happened because of one man's relentless belief that Kerala's greatest natural resource was never its landscape, it was its people. Visionary, driven, unstoppable. With 29 years in technology, a computer science degree, a postgraduate in computational biology, and the scars and stories of a true entrepreneur, Anup P. Ambika has seen it all, built it all, and rebuilt it better. From founding GenPro Research and Creera Solutions to leading the Kerala Startup Mission to its coveted Best Performer status in India. He doesn't just navigate the future, he architects it. A startup champion, a technology evangelist, A leader who taught an entire ecosystem that failure is not the opposite of success, it is the path to it. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who is coding Kerala's future, one startup at a time, Anup P. Ambika.
Toastmasters, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer, Kerala Startup Missions, Mr. Anup Ambika, with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. How many of you know the word, the meaning of the word crescendo? What would that be? Huh? Let's have somebody say, yeah, out loud. Rising slowly. Okay. All right. For me, crescendo is a word that we chose for a program when we were doing our final year engineering. And Safir conveniently stole that name and put it for your program. You know, crescendo is a high note in music. You know, it goes, the high notes in music as the music grows louder. Well, I was listening to Darren today morning. What a fantastic presentation. Thank you. And I really loved your onion story. You know, I don't know if it is a standard paradigm that you use across your presentations, but in a world of Claude and ChatGPT, I think it's your immediate instinct is to use it for your presentation, right? And that I'm no exception. I did not present well, Safir, for this. I did not think that we were going to have such great presenters here. So what I did is I went ahead yesterday. I asked Claude, I said, I'm going to talk at the Toastmasters event on the startup mindset, right? And Claude gave me 20 points. I asked for 20 points. Claude gave me 20 points. And today morning I was sitting there and realizing that I only have the content, only the core of the onion, and now I need to add the layers on top of it. How am I going to do that? I have no idea. So let's just take it one step at a time. If you see me looking at my phone in between, that is because I'm looking at the points. But hey, you are all storytellers, so let's start with a story, right? How many of you have heard the word the butterfly effect? Okay, every one of you. You are speakers and you actually do your work. I see that. So the butterfly effect says that a butterfly flaps its wings and a tsunami could happen somewhere, right, eventually. I want to tell you a story which is in a similar line. So I was the secretary of group of technology companies, which is a grouping of all the IT and technology companies in Kerala at one time. And the Startup Mission office in Cochin was just getting formulated. It was just beginning to operate. And we were having a meeting of all the IEDC nodal officers. IEDC is the Innovation Entrepreneurship Development Centers that we run out of almost 550 colleges in the state of Kerala. And we were doing an IEDC nodal officer meetup, and I was supposed to present on a concept called Adopt a Young Idea. And the concept was this: everybody does a project in their college, at least the engineering students for sure. And now everybody does internships and projects and things like that. And most of these projects, irrespective of how good they are, will be forgotten. Because you then move on to your job or something else, but these great ideas that might come out of that college project might be forgotten. So the ask that I was saying is that the industry should adopt at least some of those ideas and take it forward. So I wanted to make a presentation, and I was looking for some interesting pictures, visuals that people could relate to. And I suddenly remembered a boy who posted a picture on the Facebook a while back with an exoskeleton that he had built. And somebody in the college was wearing that exoskeleton, and students were all around them applauding this exoskeleton. It was a very nice picture for a college project. There were around 50 of students, one guy wearing a large exoskeleton, and everybody cheering that particular person that is wearing that exoskeleton. And then I put this picture on the slide, and I asked the nodal officers, which are obviously from all the colleges in the state of Kerala, does any one of you know where this boy is who has built this exoskeleton? And to my surprise, I was not expecting an answer. I wanted to say that this is how it is forgotten and industry should adopt it. But to my surprise, somebody stood up and said that this boy is from my college and I'm the one who mentored this project. Then obviously I had to ask the next question, what is he doing now, right? And he said that he tried his level best. The boy tried his level best to get this exoskeleton into the defense. So he worked with DRDO, he was pushing IDEX and some of the defense organizations to get this into the government of India defense organizations. But, he was not very successful. So the professor told me that he's now looking for a job or doing a job or something. But he's in Cochin right now. So somebody on the stage, the then IT secretary, was listening to this presentation. And he said, oh, if this guy is in Cochin, why don't you ask him to come over? And the boy immediately came over. And the secretary actually posed a problem in front of him. At that time, a person named Naushad actually fell into a manhole and died. And somebody wrote a letter to the chief minister's office asking, why are we letting this happen to the humans in this world of technology? So the IT secretary posed this question of, you are a robotics man, it looks like, can you actually build a robot which will clean the manholes? So the manual scavenging will be completely avoided. The boy then went ahead and built that application, and that robot right now is being used by almost every state in India. They recently won a great contract in Singapore. They also did, Ahmedabad, they got a major contract. They are also working in Middle East, avoiding manual scavenging, and has got a revenue worth of around 50 crores, which will be around $5 million, right? And on their way to become 100 crores. So this is what I call as the butterfly effect. A picture that was taken from the Facebook, which was just presented to the right audience, and the audience picking up on that picture, somebody acting on it, and then building a business on top of it and becoming one of the, I would say, the crown jewels of Kerala startup ecosystem. The company's name is Gen Robotics, if you want to actually search that. I'm sure many of you have already heard about them. So this brings us to the question of, what is a startup mindset? What do you need? What is a startup? What are some of the startups that you guys have heard of in India? I'll spare Singapore because we have no idea. What are some of the names of the startups that you have heard of? Ola, Flipkart, Zepto, Zerodha, Zomato, LinkedIn. Oh, Blinkit, yeah. Oyo. PhonePe. Recycle. Nika, okay. Who said Nika? Acre is another great startup. Who said Nika? Okay. Do you know what is different between Nika and some of the other names that was spelled out here? Women, okay. So, most of these things are digital platforms. How do you define a startup? That is what I'm trying to tell you guys, right? How do you define a startup? What is the difference between a small and medium enterprise and a startup? Huh? Scaling, yes. Huh? Concept, okay. Funding. Innovation. Who said that? Who said innovation? Now, I think that is what you really start with. That is the startup mindset. Acre is a great example of processing medical waste in the state of Kerala. When he saw that, a lot of this medical waste is getting accumulated, which can eventually become toxic for the entire population, Chandra went ahead and created this application and the logistics mechanism behind it, which will pretty much cleanly process the medical waste that has been coming out of the hospitals of Kerala. Now that process or identification is what? What is that startup mindset called? Problem, yes. So you first do what? You identify a problem. And then if you need to actually start calling yourself a startup, what else do you need? Huh? Well, before you get into a prototype, what do you need? Who said solution? See, you need a solution in your mind, right? At least you need to aspire for a solution. Now, is that how startups work these days? Do you actually build and then look for the problem? Is there a problem like that? Have you seen that? No. I have seen a lot of people who actually come to me and say that I've built this and now I need to find the customers, right? That is a mindset problem that technologists specifically have. They believe that technology is good. I can build technology and then everybody else will use it. There is a director of the Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology called Dr. Sanjay Bihari. He keeps telling me that, Anup, all these engineers will make these medical equipments and come to me and say that please use this in the emergency room or during your surgery. And most of them, I ask them to get out because they have no idea how a surgery room works or operation theater works or an emergency room works. They've just found a problem somewhere on the internet and they're just trying to solve it by technology, not by working with the domain expert. So basically, identifying the problem become one of the biggest challenges, and then finding out a solution, working with the domain experts is also extremely important. Now what do you need? I have a problem, I have a solution. A validation. Let's not go to MVP yet. You want to validate that idea, right? Or validate that solution. What do you need to do? Okay, how many of you do a job here? How many of you are entrepreneurs? What does it take to become an entrepreneur? Startup mindset is what we are talking about here. Idea, we have an idea, we have a solution. We have knowledge, plenty. I need money. I have passion. Okay, now let me rephrase this question. If I am a student or if I am a 5-year experienced person and I go tell my parents that, Papa, I want to start a company. What will be the next reaction? Who said risk? Yes. Now, the appetite to take risk, that is not a small thing. Embracing uncertainty. Why do you have a job? Why do you always look for a job? At the end of the month, you have paycheck coming in. You know, at the end of the month, you can take your SBI or Yo-Yo or whatever, Yono, and see the money coming in, right? You're happy. It doesn't last for 10 days, but you're happy, right? At that moment. But why risk is important? Do you think you can do your business part-time? A startup, I'm asking. I'm not talking about a boutique or a Instagram shop or anything like that. But do you think you can do your startup part-time? I don't think so. In my personal experience, as well as people that I see around, I don't think it's a part-time business. It takes an immense amount of courage to actually take that risk, take the plunge, as we call it, and embrace what we call as the uncertainty. And that is one of the biggest challenges that people face. When we are all sitting and having beer, everybody has got an idea to start a company. But the next day, with the hangover, the idea is also gone. Right? That is how it works. But very few people pick up on that idea and embrace uncertainty. And then comes the question of, why do you need to embrace this uncertainty? Why? So 4 things Darren said. I loved those 4 statements. I did not hear it with such clarity ever in my life. 4 things that he said in his presentation that make people want to start a company. Do you remember? Prosperity. So money. You know, if I can make more money, some people are happy with that. Many people are happy with that. Okay? Prosperity is what? What is the second? Okay, so 4 things we are saying all 4 together. So prosperity, purpose, happiness, and freedom. Love that. Thank you. Prosperity, how many of you would like to be really rich? Wow, we are a socialist country. I love that. I keep asking people, you know, are you really true to yourself, or are you just not raising your hands because you think money is evil? In Kerala, at least, we had this notion that accumulating too much wealth is bad. We are slowly getting over it. We need money to make things happen, whether it be charity, whether it be social upliftment, whether it be clean water, whether it be good food, whether it be environment. All of this requires capital. So don't think that I'm making money only for me and my generations to come. No. There is a greater purpose for capital. And that is why you might want to consider doing business. You might want to consider doing business. I'm not saying that that is the only purpose. The second one is happiness. Why would you be happy embracing this uncertainty? Go through these tough times. What will make you happy? Dopamine, yeah, a little bit of solving problems, I'm suddenly happy, right? And so I'll tell you one thing about startups, right? Startup world is a hell. It is hell. But every once in a while, you will get a success, right? And that success will make you happy. And you need to keep on reinforcing on those successes. And that is how you grow. It is not an easy path at all. So the elements of happiness, the happiness in solving a problem, the happiness of people using your product, the happiness of creating a greater good for the community, for the world, all these happinesses also form part of why you might want to do a startup, or the startup mindset, as we call it. What was the third one? Purpose. I can give you a a few examples of great purposes. You know, there is a lady doctor, a dental doctor based out of Trivandrum, Dr. Lini Basil, who has actually developed a patch, an oral patch that you can keep inside your mouth, which will keep on hydrating your mouth, right? And I asked her, where did you get this idea from? And she said that she actually met a few cancer patients who would have this problem. They will have dehydration to the core, and they won't be, and we will not really recognize until someone tells you about the gravity of the problem. You won't be able to speak. You won't be able to communicate because you'll have bad breath coming out of your mouth. Your entire confidence level will be lost. And such a solution is going to greatly improve the quality of life of the people. And another entrepreneur that I know, the company name is Saskin, I forgot the name of the founder. His mother was not able to detect the oral cancer early on. If they were able to do that, there was a fair chance of her getting cured and a fair chance of her not going through that much pain. And he went ahead at the age of, I think, 55 or 60, and went ahead and created a toothbrush-like device which can be used to actually do an oral scan and detect cancer early on. So these are people who are driven by purpose, right? There is something that has touched you greatly. And one of the purposes that I have is I want to make learning fun. If I ever were to start a company again, because for me, learning was hell. It was never fun. My mother used to be a dictator until I was, across my 10th standard. Studies was not an option for me. You must study. That is how it worked. Was it fun? Was I told, why am I studying all this? Nobody told me. There is a constant question that I kept on asking. Why am I learning history? Why do you learn history? To get marks, of course. Huh? Learn from the past mistakes. Past is what defines the future and the present. What we are is defined by the history of our country, right? Somebody was telling me jokingly that you should have taught some history to Donald Trump, because since Alexander, nobody has invaded Iran or Persia, as we call it. Nobody was successful in earning that. And that is why we learn history, right? So the purpose needs to be clearly defined. And what was the last one? I started my company for that. I wanted to come and go as I please. I wanted to do work when I wanted to do work. I felt that I was always smarter than my manager, right? And why am I working for this guy? I might as well just do something myself. Freedom is something that drives a lot of people, especially the younger generation, right? And combine each one of these, and you have a thing to start a company. And you should clearly state that, why am I doing this? Once you have an idea, once you have a purpose, once you have a plunge or risk-taking mentality, and then what do you do? I am ready to take. I have an idea. I have a solution in my mind. I am ready to take the risk. Then what do you need to do? Do you really need funding? Frugality, I'll tell you, the money is evil in that sense. Yes. Who said that? Who said that? Start. If you want to do, then do. Right? Don't come and, try to get validation from a lot of people. Right? Because we are all trying to get validations from multiple sources, right? I will come and tell an expert that I want to start a company. The expert says that, hey, really nice. This is a good idea. You should go ahead and do it. Then I will go tell my wife that, I'm starting this idea. And then wife is like, oh, no. Don't even think about resigning your job. And then suddenly you have a doubt in your mind. So if you really want to do, then go ahead and do. That is the first thing that you need to do. Money comes second. And I'll tell you why. A lot of money will corrupt you, for sure. Frugality is the name of the game if you're starting up, for sure. So don't think about money yet. You will go ahead and you will do what? How will you build? How will you build a prototype? I'll tell you an example. My son started. He wanted to actually build a device that will sit in a classroom, listen to the class, and generate the notes at the end of the day. Okay? So that the guys does not have to keep on looking at the board and keep on writing the notes. You can take a picture. You said that, right? You can see, this is how you get validations, right? I just said an idea, and suddenly there is a validation coming from the audience. But if you take a picture, will you have a proper note at the end of the day? Are you listening to the teacher? What if teacher does not write anything on the board? So we can keep on arguing about the validity of the idea, right? But the point that I'm trying to do is, so he came to me and said that, I'm doing this, so just give me 10 lakhs so that I can build the product. I said, what are you going to do with 10 lakhs? Oh, I'm going to hire a few people and, And I've done this mistake myself, so I told him, do not do any of those things. Just go to the community, find a person, and see if you can get one person to believe in you and build it for you. In startup world, you don't build employees. You build a idea. I'm talking about the workforce. Team UDF. Yeah, we call it a tribe. A tribe believes in certain things, certain customs, right? It is not questioned. You build a tribe of people who will strongly go with you, no matter what. At some point of time, we all perish together. That's fine. But until then, you follow your passion, right? So basically, one of the first things that you need to do is to find members of your tribe. Build your tribe. Build the product. Build the MVP using the members of your tribe who are people who are passionate about the cause, about what you're saying, they are passionate about. And you will go ahead and build a small prototype. And then what do you do? Something that works, Sponsors. Have you heard about a word called product market fit? What is that? Product market fit is what? If the market is willing to accept the product. Who said that? Why? Is somebody willing to write a check? I am always gung-ho about all the great innovations that is happening around it. So, okay, great idea. Why don't you give me 10,000 rupees? That is where the friction starts. Nobody will write the check. Nobody will write the check. Everybody will appreciate the idea. Everybody will be like, oh, wonderful technology and all that stuff. But product market fit is the process of establishing, putting a product into the market. That is for my son, it will be putting that product into the classroom. And at the end of the day, all the students saying that we will subscribe to this notes at 100 rupees per month. Then your product market fit is established. Once the product market fit is established, then what do you do? I only have 37 more seconds. We'll get the feedback, you need the money then. That is when you look for the money, right? Where do you get the money from? It is important, so I'll tell you this. Where do you get the money from? Somebody must have told you this, 3 Fs. Yeah, friends, family, and fools are the ones who will invest in you at first, right? And once the FFS is expired, then what do you do? You go for what is called the angel networks. I'm hurrying because, we don't have the time. It's zero already. We go for what is called the angel network. There is something called Kerala Angel Network, which is run by the Indus Thai, which is a international organization. You go for the HNIs who might have an appetite for your product, right? And then you go for grants, which is free money that is given by the governments for you. So somehow you make some money that is going to, take you through the next 12 months. And then you scale, and that is when you get into the venture capital world. But I'll stop here. You can ask me any questions if you have. I really think that you are today talking about a skill that every founder must have. What is that? Who said that? That is what it is. That is what it is. You're talking about storytelling. And every single company will go through the act of storytelling for making money, for getting your tribe together, to get into that venture capital fund, to get into a customer. The art of storytelling is going to be the most important thing. And why I'll tell you it is important? Because if you don't articulate your story right, then nobody is going to believe in the company. So I'm hoping that the last 2-3 days of deliberations and all the good work that you have been doing as part of the Toastmasters is going to create a lot of storytellers out of India, and hopefully this will greatly contribute, and some of you will become great entrepreneurs in the days to come. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
That was an inspiring session on the startup mindset. Mr. Anup has beautifully explained the butterfly effect and the process of developing startup mindset. That's why it is rightly said that you are always one decision away from an entirely different life. To do the felicitation, may I request our Program Quality Director, District 121, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz on the stage, please.
Fellow Toastmasters, there's something special about Anup. We were batchmates at the same college at the same time. And there's one more person who was from the same batch. I would like to invite on stage Distinguished Toastmaster Susan, District Contest Chair. For a quick photograph and then...
We now move on to another important award segment, the Immediate Past President Awards. To do the honors, may I invite Immediate Past District Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Savita Salian to the stage, please.
We have 2 awards in this category. One is Best Area Director and the Best Division Director. The Best Area Director award goes to Toastmaster Jerin Jacob, Area 3, Division E. Since Toastmaster Jerin is not there. The division director is going to take the award on his behalf. And the best division director goes to Distinguished Toastmaster Jyotika Shetty for Division F. Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Savita Salian. Moments like these motivate all of us to continue leading, serving, and growing with Toastmasters.
Today, we honor the pillars of Toastmaster members whose dedication, service, and passion continue to inspire us all. From celebrating our long-standing Toastmasters to recognizing the Toastmaster of the Year, these awards reflect excellence, commitment, and impact. I now invite the awards MC to the dais.
Starting with the long-standing Toastmaster Award for 25 years, may we first invite on stage our International President, Distinguished Toastmaster Elita Rocha.
Long-standing Toastmasters, 25 years. We have Distinguished Toastmaster Abraham Daniel. Ronald Oliveira.
Distinguished Toastmaster Gauri Shishadri, Praveen Kumar Shetty, Nina Thomas. Let's keep the applause going. District 121, we can be louder. Joseph Basi, Sashidharan V, Anson Matthew, and Shirley John. And now we move on to the Outstanding Toastmaster Award, backed by Vinay T.J., Mohan Beriwal, Distinguished Toastmaster Srihari L., Michelle Jaswal, K.G. Varun Rai, Chandrasekhar Patra, and Shalini Mukund.
we have Akhil John Thomas. Distinguished Toastmaster Beena Vas. Prasun Terambata.
These are the awards for Outstanding Toastmaster Award. The 25 people who have received this award are handpicked by the district one-to-one leadership for the efforts and contributions that they have made in the last 1 year. Can we amp up for these 25 people?
Up next, we have Arabin Chandrasekhar. Distinguished Toastmaster Vidya Sanjay. Olita Daslin Mendoka. Up next, we have Kavita VR.
Bhagya V. Sharma. Distinguished Toastmaster Ranjani Vittal Das. Distinguished Toastmaster Jyotika Harsha Shetty. Distinguished Toastmaster Daryl Rodriguez. Sara Antonia Moniz.
Let's make some noise, Toastmasters.
Tangam Rukmani Mohan. And Bhadraraj. People on the left are making some noise. On the right side, can we hear?
Up next, we have George Matthew. Dilip Joypalli. Joseph Basil.
And now we come on to one of the biggest honors of the evening, the Toastmaster of the Year Award. This award recognizes a Toastmaster who truly embodies the spirit of District 121, leadership, communication, consistency, service, and impact. Someone who didn't just attend meetings, but inspired people, elevated the community, and led by example throughout the year. Give it up for the Toastmaster of the Year, Rachna C.S. Thank you so much. May we request our International President, Distinguished Toastmaster Elita Rocha, to kindly take your seat. And now we move on to the District Officer Recognition. And for that, I'd like to welcome on stage our Region Advisor, Distinguished Toastmaster Vanita Rangarajan. As you hear your division, we want the loudest cheer. We should be able to locate which division is sitting where. Deal?
Thumbs up, everyone.
Awesome. Starting with Division A. Division Director Pradeep Shetty.
Area 1 Director Harshida DJ. Area 2 Director Santosh Setia. Area 3 Director Vinay TJ. Area 4 Director Aditya S. Nair. Area 5 Director Hema Haripriya Potireddy.
May we call upon all the area directors and the division director on stage for a quick group picture. Okay, we now know where Division A is sitting. We now move to Division... Oh. We will be moving very soon. Let's give our due credits to Division A leadership team. Audience. Requesting all the area directors to click a group picture. Requesting all the area directors of Division A to click a group picture.
Toastmaster Tanuja Ali. We request all the 4 area directors to come up on the stage as a group. Area 1 Director Rosaline Samuel. Area 2 Siddharth J. Bharatwaj. Area 3 Rakhavendra Tekkibettu. Area 4 Hemalata Ramachandrappa.
Show some love, District 121, with your applaud. Moving on now to Division C Director, Sai Snehal Reddy. Area 1 Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Amitabh Saha Rao. Area 2 Director, Prakriti Pai. Area 3 Director, Ponram K. Area 4 Director, Hitapriya S.
Up next, we have Division D Director Sankeet K.M. Area Director Naveen Mano Mohanan. Distinguished Toastmaster Naveen Mano Mohanan. Area 2 Director Johnson T. Thomas. Area 3 Director Prem Kumar Menon. Area 4 Director Raigan Joseph. Area 5 Director Jit Rajan. Moving forward,
To Division E Director, Gajalakshmi Bharat. Make some noise for Division E Director. Area 1 Director, Prithvijit Bakshi. Area 2 Director, Mohit Kalra. Area 3 Director, M. Rajesh. And Area 4 Director, Yashasvi Hitesh Patel. Division E, ladies and gentlemen.
up next we have Division F Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Meera A. Rao. Followed by Area 1 Director Kalika Dayanand. Area 2 Director Shobha Sharma. Area 3 Director Bharati Shetty. Area 4 Director Santya Nayak. Area 5 Director Sridhiti B.S.
Moving on to Division G Director now. Division G. Division G, can we hear you? Division D Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Rajeshwari Sridevi. Area 1 Director, Ratish Kumar MB. Area 2 Director, Reshma Prakash. Area 3 Director Keshav Nair. Area 4 Director Rashmi Mohan Das.
Up next, Division H Director, Distinguished Toastmaster, Ranjit RV. Followed by Area Directors, Area 1 Director, Varghese. Area 2 Director, Akshay. Area 3 Director, Sibin. Area 4 Director, Matan. Area 5, Sohel.
People on the left side, can we hear you? People on my left side, all the divisions. I see Mini Mohan ma'am, can we hear you? Cheer. People on the right. Deepak. People at the back, can we hear you? Now we move on to the final division, Division I, with the Division Director, Ambuj Madhav. Area 1 Director, Sakti. Area 2 Director, Nandini. Area 3 Director, Mani. And very finally, the Area 4 Director, Harsha. Give this your loudest cheer, District 1 to N. I now request the leadership team to kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. And now, and with that, back to the MCs.
Now it's time for a short lunch break till 1:40 p.m. We request everyone to please return back on time because the post-lunch session is one of the most anticipated sessions of the day. The International Speech Contest, which will start exactly at 1:45 p.m. and the doors will be closed 5 minutes prior. So please come back at 1:40 p.m.
And the lunch is served at Abhi Hall downstairs. The washrooms are located either sides, and the drinking water is on the right side of the stage. Enjoy your lunch, network with fellow Toastmasters, and we will see you back soon. Thank you. Dear Toastmasters, there is an announcement. We have lost and found a wristwatch. The owner may come and claim it from the AV counter.
The question, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Hello.
Toastmasters Club by name Toastmasters Club of Thrissur brought me in.
different recognitions. A recognition for PQD Extended Team, a recognition for being the Distinguished Toastmaster, and a recognition for CGD Extended Team.
And to recognize him, we would like to invite our Program Quality Director, District 121, Distinguished Toastmaster, Safir Aziz.
And Distinguished Toastmaster, Vishak Sasidharan, please come on stage.
Audience, please give them a big round of applause.
I kindly invite Distinguished Toastmaster Daryl Rodrigues to please accept the Distinguished Toastmaster Award for the second time.
We invite you on stage, Distinguished Toastmaster Daryl Rodrigues. Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz and Distinguished Toastmaster Daryl Rodrigues. Now, every journey has a chapter that has to end so that a new one can begin. And today, we have a Toastmaster who has led this district with vision, with heart, and with a commitment to each and every one of us.
And as we prepare for what lies ahead of us, let us listen to this person, this Toastmaster, this leader who has led us to this Crescendo 2026. We will be playing a short video from him, and I hope his message is shared to all of us.
On stage, and today I join you online. My health required me to go back home, take some good rest, and recuperate. And I'm really, really apologetic to all of you that I'm not able to see you today. And that makes me emotional. My journey started with Toastmasters from the year 2011. No, I did not join Toastmasters then. But my father, who was a charter member of the first local chapter of Toastmasters Club, by name Toastmasters Club of Thrissur, brought me in. Guess how I was brought in? He asked me to prepare the agenda that he was supposed to prepare. He asked me to follow with all those members. And occasionally, he also brought me to that meeting venue that I got so inspired by what was happening around. I used to attend meetings then and there. Whenever I was locally available, I had to go to different locations as part of my education. But whenever I was locally available, I made it a point to attend all the meetings that happened at our local Toastmasters club. My interest for Toastmasters started right then. Few years later, when I joined, somehow I was all ready to take that very strong first step. I asked my then mentor, a mentor who was assigned to me, what is that first role that I should take up? And he suggested, better go for the Sergeant at Arms role because that opportunity gives you an opportunity to connect with a lot of guests that come in and visit the meeting, to make friends with them. And I did not think twice, I took that up. And I really enjoyed that role. A few years down the line, the same person called me and said, Gokul, I have a challenge for you. I have a challenge for you. And he said, Gokul, I think you should take up the role of the club president. Immediately I paused and asked him, are you crazy? I thought you were extremely smart, but this is the first time that I hear you speaking something crazy. Something like this was my response. But he said, Gokul, I've seen how you have made a positive impact on people. I see how your focus has been to make a true difference. And I know that you have the potential to do not just the role of a club president, but leave the club with a legacy. Those were three strong sentences that he told me, something that hit me here. I still thought for some time and decided that I should run for the elections. And so did I. And I was further elected to take up the role of the club president. We ended that program year as the President's Distinguished Club, then the highest recognition. The following year, when I was the immediate past president, I applied for the role of the area director. Guess what happened? You would have seen me for continuous years in district leadership. I should have gotten that, right? No, I didn't. I failed. And that was the realization. Not everything comes to you so easily. You will have to work towards earning it. What I did during that 1 year window was to know more about what happens at an area, what happens at a division, what happens at a district. I spent that one entire program year to prepare myself for what was to come ahead. And I'm so glad that my preparation worked out in my favor because the following year I was selected to become an area director. I had 3 clubs in my area in remote locations in the vicinity of Kochi, Travancore Toastmasters, and 2 other clubs. One was a corporate club, AVT McCormick Toastmasters. The other was a community club again, Smart City Toastmasters. All these were in different parts of Kochi, and traveling around meeting all these people was in itself a great experience. I completed that year successfully, progressed to the next year as a division director. And when I did progress as a division director, COVID hit us. Things unexpected again. But I was so glad that COVID could not stop us. This is the same year in which District 121 was reformed. Till then, we were all District 92. But this is the very first year of District 121. And I'm so glad even today that I, along with my team of area directors and the support of the club, chartered the very first club in the new District 121. And I'm so glad that I remember it still. Why do I mention this? For any of you who know Toastmasters and the impact that it can create, if you see a community, if you see a group of students, if you see a corporate that could positively be impacted by Toastmasters, connect them with the club growth director now. It could make a huge difference for them. We went to charter a few more clubs towards the end of the program year. I ended the year as a President's Distinguished Division Director. The following year, opportunity came my way as the administration manager of District 121. I had the opportunity to work with the current region advisor, Distinguished Toastmaster Vanitha Rangarajan, who had a great impact on my leadership journey as well. A person who has shaped what I have in myself as a leader. The very next year, I had the opportunity to take up the role of a conference chair, just like you see Riaz and Arundhati right now. I had the opportunity to host the previous conference in the very same city, in the city of Kochi, Crescendo 2023. And I should take the name of this one person who guided me throughout and helped me showcase success. This is one person I don't just consider a Toastmaster. I don't just consider him a member of Toastmasters that I met since a few years now. I consider him family. Some of you know that I recently got married, and there was one person who was there along with my family well in advance the previous day to ensure that things went well. It was this person, Distinguished Toastmaster Narayana. Many others, including my trio and our RA Vanitha, were also there to support. And thanks to all of them for making this a wonderful, wonderful, memorable event. Narayanan sir, thank you so much for shaping my leadership journey. I couldn't thank you enough. And if I don't use this opportunity to convey my thank you, I would not be doing the right thing. I would also like to take another Toastmaster's name, Distinguished Toastmaster Nagarajan, who had a great role to play in my leadership journey in terms of grooming, in terms of setting the right thought process as well. Thank you so much to you also, sir. The following year, I went up to become a club growth director. I did not know what was coming, and I took that role up thinking that it's going to be like all the other roles that I've played, but things were totally different. God and District 121 had something else in store for me. I was excited, and I believe under the leadership then of my district director, distinguished Toastmaster Arjun Sundarraj, a person whose perfectionism is always an example, a person who calls himself a student of Toastmasters, but more importantly has motivated many others like me to be students of Toastmasters. I had the opportunity to work with him and learn a lot from him as well. We ended that year on a good note. We could have done better, but I'm sure that it was a memorable year that all of us had together working with each other. The following year, I had the opportunity to serve as a program quality director along with immediate past district director, now distinguished Toastmaster Savita Sali, a person whose vision transpired beyond boundaries. That's how I would tell you about her. A person whose vision ensured that in the very first year of District 121, when she was a club road director, she took this year, district to Smedley Distinguished District. And the year when she was the district director, amongst all the other challenges that existed, after years of gap, she took her district to the Distinguished District recognition. This is not small job. And the vision of our district director, then distinguished Toastmaster Savita Salin, made it possible. You have been a source of inspiration, Savita, and I keep saying this every other opportunity that I get. Thank you so much for leading the way. I might just have taken the names of a few district directors, past and present, who have paved the way for me, but there are many, many, many others whose names I have not taken. And I do so because I don't want to miss anyone in the whole exercise. While I say this, I want to take a few names still. To start with, my trio, distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz and distinguished Toastmaster C. Pratap Mohan Nair. They were my right and left hand. Wherever I could not go, they were there. And they ensured that things happened so seamlessly. I know they have compromised on their sleep. We funnily say both of them developed their dark circles. I had them always, but both of them developed their dark circles now because they are trio members, and that's just going to increase because in the following year they elected as the PQD elect and DD elect respectively. So all the best for them to maybe compete with me in my dark circle. But I hope to reduce it now that I'm an IPDD starting next program year. And I'd also like to mention my sincere thank you to the top 8 that have served with me. The administration manager, distinguished Toastmaster Balram Sahu, my finance manager, Toastmaster Poonam Paul, my public relations manager, distinguished Toastmaster Prashant TK, my logistics manager, Toastmaster Ajay Palegar, and all the others who have supported me in the whole process. They have been amazing support. Most of them have been division directors before, and their experience made a huge change in the way they serve the district that year. Couple of my success that I will remember for years to follow, 2 specific initiatives. One, LEAP. This year it was led by a veteran, distinguished Toastmaster Jyotika Harsha Shetty. She is the CGD elect for District 230 as well, a leader I'm sure will serve for the benefit of our members. She led the program to success, and she brought a community of people together in District 121. And I'm sure that community will stay close together even when the district reformation happens. Thank you, Jyotika, for showing the way and grooming leaders beyond Toastmasters also. And that was my vision. For not grooming leaders within to become better club officers or district officers, but grooming leaders outside of Toastmasters also. Second initiative is what you see in front of you. I'm sure you would agree with me when I say this. This has been one of the best conferences ever, not just in terms of participation, not just in terms of sponsorship, but the overall aura of it. This just did not happen like that. It happened with years. I still remember the discussion started 1.5 years back. The team came together, started working, and what you see today is the result of months of tireless planning, execution, bringing together of people, all thanks to 2 individuals who showed the way. Toastmaster Riaz AF, and distinguished Toastmaster Arundhati Basu, the chair and co-chair of Crescendo 2026 this year. Thank you so much for both of you for setting the right example that this now becomes a benchmark for other districts to follow in terms of conducting an amazing conference. And trust me, I strongly believe, while I'm selfish to say this has been the best conference ever, I strongly believe that districts 227 and 230, where most of our clubs are going, will surpass the level that we have set. And we will offer them all the support that we can to ensure that they do the same. Thank you so much, Riaz and Aditi, once again, and special thanks to the entire team as well. While I conclude my year and while I conclude this address as the outgoing district director, of course, I have a few more days to serve. But now that I'm given this opportunity, I wish to remind all of you of this one statement. I could do it. And I never imagined that one day I will reach a position of a district director and be given an opportunity to serve thousands of members in the district. But I did. Dream. Dream so much and manifest it that things will happen in your favor. And if you're listening to me, please, please, please become a leader. It's so refreshing, it's so impactful a journey that once you see a change in someone else because of you, that's something that you will remember for a long, long time. I'll say this again and again. The three combination of words that I love the most are paying it forward. And I heard our immediate international president talk about this the other day as well. Paying it forward has so much strength in those words that we should use it to the best possible advantage. You may have had mentors who made a great impact on your life, but now it is your opportunity to not just pay back, of course, that's something that you could definitely consider, but more importantly, pay it forward to many individuals that are part of the community and make a strong, strong difference. If you're listening to me today, take that first step, and that could change your life forever. Thank you so much, District 121. It has been a pleasure to talk to you. As I said, it's both an enjoyable as well as emotional moment for me. But my best wishes to distinguished Toastmaster Natasha and distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz, who are going to lead the two new districts with success. And I wish them all the very best, and I offer them all the support that I can in my role. Thank you so much. I miss seeing you in person, to talk to you on stage, on that grand stage. But I hope that we will meet again soon, talk to each other. Please take care of your health. That's super important. That's what I learned today. And I want to remind you all that as I conclude my outgoing district director speech. Thank you so, so much, everyone.
That was a heartfelt address from our district director, distinguished Toastmaster Gokul P. Menon. A true Toastmaster leader who, no matter what it is, never shies away from the call of duty. Even though Gokul's not keeping very well, he made sure that his outgoing address reaches all of us. Gokul, we wish you a speedy recovery and hope to see you back in action very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give another huge round of applause, a standing ovation to our district director, distinguished Toastmaster Gokul P. Menon. Gokul was extremely proud of his team, and hence, to recognize his team, I would now like to call upon our International President, Toastmasters International, distinguished Toastmaster Aletta Roche, to recognize the top 8. We start off with our District Logistics Manager, distinguished Toastmaster Ajay Paligar.
There's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you.
Our District Administration Manager, Distinguished Toastmaster Balram Sahu. Our Finance Manager, Toastmaster Poonam Paul. Our Public Relations Manager, Distinguished Toastmaster Prashant TK. Our immediate past District Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Savita Salyan. You look so cool. Our Club Growth Director, Distinguished Toastmaster C. Pratap Mohan Nair. Our Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for the leaders who made this district possible. Thank you, leaders. We'd also now like to recognize some of our past district leaders who always there to support us no matter what. Our past district director, Distinguished Toastmaster Vanita Rangarajan. Our past district director, Distinguished Toastmaster Narayanan M. And our past district director, Distinguished Toastmaster Arjun Sundar Raj. Not here. Thank you very much, Distinguished Toastmaster LS. I'd now like to hand the control back to our Master of Ceremony, Toastmaster Bhavesh and Toastmaster Bhadra.
Thank you, Toastmaster Arundhati, and thank you to DTM Gokul for giving us such a wonderful video. Now, a great organization thrives on continuation, where experience meets new and fresh vision, and the new leadership evolves to greater possibilities. Until now, we've all been under one big family, one big group, and one big community. We were under District 121. But growth has a beautiful way of changing things, doesn't it?
It does. Because from here, we don't just continue, but we expand. From one strong district to two new journeys, two districts, two vision with one shared foundation. And leading these two new journeys, our leaders ready to take this forward.
The installation of new district officers is not just a ceremony, It's a powerful moment in trust, responsibility, and commitment. These leaders step forward for us to carry this torch, to guide, to serve, and to extend our collective ripples to greater lengths, to greater journeys further ahead. To officiate this significant occasion, we have a distinguished leader you've of course seen multiple number of times for the last 3 days, whose presence is going to add both grace and gravitas to our ceremony.
And for this, we would like to once again welcome our International President, Toastmasters International, Distinguished Toastmaster Aleta Rochette to the stage. Please put your hands together for Distinguished Toastmaster Aleta Rochette.
Hello, District 121. This is a wonderful ceremony where we symbolically pass the torch from one team to the other. So it's my privilege to be part of this installation ceremony for the 2026-2027 District 227 and District 230 elected officers. We will officially induct these new leaders and pledge our support to them in the coming year. But first of all, we need to thank our current district leaders for their service and hard work. If you are a current district leader, I request you to please stand. All current area directors, division directors, anybody else who holds district office, please stand. All right. Current district leaders, we are grateful to you for your contributions over the past year and for fulfilling your responsibilities to the best of your ability until your term ends on the 30th of June. Please give our current district leaders a thunderous round of applause. Thank you for your service. Please take your seats. The following Toastmasters have been elected as division directors for the 2026-2027 term. Please come forward onto the stage as you are announced.
The district leaders, as you're being called, when you come on stage, here is where District 227 leaders will stand, and to that far end, 230 leaders would stand. The first row at the back of the stage will be the division directors, the second row, members of the top 7, and the first row, looking at the audience, the trio elect. For District 227, Division A Director, Anjana Paul. Division B Director, Harini BL. Division C Director, Santosh Setia. Division D Director, M. Sachin Krishna. Division E Director, Shakti Surya Priya. Division F Director, Rohan Kumar Kulkarni. Division G Director, Riya Dash. For District 230, Division A Director, Janani Arumugam. Division B Director, Sanoj Kumar R. Division C Director, Distinguished Toastmaster, Neville Jose Paul. Division D Director, Pratish V. Division E Director, Lal Xavier. Division F Director, Distinguished Toastmaster, Lara Pinto.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gavel is a symbol of the responsibility and the authority of being a district officer. As division director, your job is to lead and support the division through the supervision and support of the wonderful area directors. You provide motivation and guidance to help them fulfill their roles and responsibilities. This includes contacting area directors to discuss progress in the Distinguished Area Program, club visits, and the Distinguished Club Program, as well as having effective division council meetings. You participate in division director training provided by the district and report regularly to the district director, program quality director, and club growth director on division progress. As division directors, will you commit to doing your best to support area directors and help the district fulfill its mission? If you are willing to do this, please say, "We will." Thank you. You may leave the stage, thank you. But leave the gavel behind. You want to get the gavel?
I'll get it. You can continue.
You want to come forward? You're going to do that? Okay. Will the following Toastmasters please come forward as you are introduced?
For the district's logistics manager for the program year 2026-2027, for District 227, Danush Nagaraj. For District 230, Shakti Kumar S.
As the logistics manager, you help in selecting meeting locations and organizing the room. You will also set up necessary equipment, assist district leaders with meeting arrangements, keep track of district property, and help address disruptions during events. Do you pledge to do your very best to help this district function smoothly? A round of applause, please.
For the role of District Public Relations Manager for the year 2026-27. For District 227, Distinguished Toastmaster Udanka Arun Jain. For District 230, Sara Monis.
As a public relations manager, you are responsible for coordinating publicity efforts in the district by establishing and maintaining lines of communication between the district and its members, as well as between the district and the public. You work to increase awareness of Toastmasters through all available media. Do you pledge to do your very best to spread the word of Toastmasters? Round of applause.
For the role of District Public Relations Manager and the District Finance Manager for District 227, Distinguished Toastmaster Bhavani Hemant. For District 230, Raghavan G.
As finance manager, here's, let me just say, congratulations. As finance manager, you are tasked with the fiscal oversight and management of the district. The finance manager works closely with the district director, program quality director, and club growth director to ensure that the district is making cost-effective decisions within policy that result in effective fiscal management. Do you pledge to do your best to help us sleep well at night, knowing that you're looking after the finances? Round of applause.
For the role of the District Administration Manager for 2026-2027, for District 227, Distinguished Toastmaster Pandyarajan R. For District 230, Distinguished Toastmaster Hariraj Madhav Rajendran.
As the administration manager, you are responsible for maintaining the historical records of the district, recording and distributing meeting minutes, and otherwise maintaining accurate, timely records of district business. Do you pledge to do your very best in that role? Congratulations. I'd like now to ask the entire team of district officers, as the newly appointed district officer team, will you all commit to doing your best to support your team and help the district fulfill its mission? I think we need a thunderous round of applause. Will the following Toastmasters please step forward as they are introduced?
For the elected position of the Club Growth Director for the term 2026-2027, for District 227, Distinguished Toastmaster Prashant T.K. For District 230, Distinguished Toastmaster Jyotika Harsha Shetty.
Distinguished Toastmasters Prasant and Distinguished Toastmaster Jyotika, as the club growth directors, you are responsible for all aspects of marketing, club building, and club retention efforts within the district. This includes defining an overall marketing strategy for the district, developing outreach and retention efforts with existing community and corporate clubs, and penetrating new markets. Additionally, you will support challenge clubs and help them to become distinguished. Together with your district leadership team, you participate in district leader training conducted by Toastmasters International. CGDs, do you accept the duties of the Office of Club Growth Director and pledge to do your best to serve the district to fulfill its mission? A thunderous round of applause to them.
For the position of the Program Quality Director for the year 2026-2027, Distinguished Toastmaster Balram Sahu for District 227, and Distinguished Toastmaster C. Pratap Mohan Nair for District 230.
Distinguished Toastmasters Balaram and Pratap, as Program Quality Directors, you are responsible for all aspects of education and training within the district. This includes supporting quality club programming efforts, promoting the Distinguished Club Program, and planning, organizing, and executing the district conference. You are also responsible for promoting and supporting club quality and member retention, as well as coordinating speech contests throughout the district. Together with your district leadership team, you participate in district leader training conducted by Toastmasters International. PQDs, do you accept the duties of the Office of Program Quality Director and pledge to do your best to carry them out in accordance with the district mission?
For the elected position of the District Director for the program year 2026-2027, for District 227, Distinguished Toastmaster Nitasha Kumar. And for District 230, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz.
Distinguished Toastmasters Natasha and Safir, as district directors, you are responsible for conducting yourself in a way that embodies the Toastmasters' values of integrity, respect, service, and excellence. As the district's Chief Executive Officer, you lead members in fostering strong clubs, achieving their goals, and fulfilling the district and Toastmasters International missions. You will foster an atmosphere of enjoyment, teamwork, and dedication in the spirit of learning, growing, achieving, and upholding the governing documents of Toastmasters International. Together with your district leadership team, you participate in district leader training conducted by Toastmasters International. DDs, do you accept these responsibilities? Let's wish them well. Right, we don't want to leave those people in the audience out of the celebration and the installation. So members of the new District 227 and 230, please will you stand? You, the members of District 227 and 230, have chosen your leaders for the 2026-2027 term. You have elected them and selected them to leadership positions, and you have a responsibility to support them. Will you help your district teams be successful? Thank you. This concludes the installation ceremony for the incoming leaders. And it is now my pleasure to invite the new district director-elects to address the membership, starting with Toastmaster Natasha and then followed by Toastmaster Sophia.
Thank you, dignitaries. Let me invite DTM Natasha on stage. Thank you, dignitaries. Can we please take our seats?
Good evening. When I stand here today, I do so with immense gratitude. Not with a title, not with a position, but because it is moments like this that make us pause and reflect on the journey that has brought me here. And when I look back at my journey, I simply smile at where I began. It was the year 2001 when I walked into New Delhi Toastmasters Club with my father, a seasoned Toastmaster. And I immediately knew this is not where I want to be. Everybody there, mostly expats, looked so confident, so comfortable, and like they absolutely belonged. And I thought to myself, I'm not coming back. This is not what I want to be doing. But my father sat there quietly, did not push me, did not give me any gyan on leadership, on public speaking, on communication, because I think he knew something which I did not. He knew that if I just showed up, something would change. If I showed up again and again and again. And sure enough, it did. Because here I am, 25 years later, believing that this is where I want to be. You know, when we walk into Toastmasters, we believe that this is a place that is going to shape us to become better leaders. But what we walk out with is not just confidence, but connection and a community. And this is the community that I am immensely grateful to. District 121. This is home. This is what has shaped me as a leader. This is what has honestly shaped me as an individual, as what I am today. District 121 supported me, tested me, challenged me, sometimes pushed me into a situation where I was forced to grow. And grow I did. You've been such an immense part of my story, and that's why today feels a little emotional. Yes, we are very excited to be moving into District 227, but a tad bit sad to be saying goodbye to District 121. But friends, District 227 is not just a merger of 3 districts, District 121, District 92, and District 125. It is a coming together of members and leaders with their strengths, their experiences, their cultures, and one shared future. And that, I believe, is what is going to lead us forward. As I walk this journey, I feel immensely grateful that I don't walk alone. I have with me a wonderful, dedicated team of leaders, the leaders we just installed and elected here today. Distinguished Toastmasters all, Balram, Prashant, Udanka, Bhavani, Pandirajan, and Dhanush. And that we are here to make sure that at District 227, every member feels they belong from day one. That is the vision, but that vision does not happen by itself. It happens when every member feels committed, every club feels committed, and every leader feels committed. We've heard through the 3 days that we've been here, we've heard about the value, that respect is a two-way street. I remember Vanita talking this morning, respect is a two-way street, and so is value. The value we give is what we get back. So, friends, at the end of 365 days, at the end of 52 weeks, meetings will happen, goals will be achieved, targets will be met. Yes, I promise you, targets will be met. Challenges will come and go. But at the end of the year, I want to ask you these 3 questions. When there is a challenge, will you step up? When there is an opportunity to volunteer, will you put that hand up? What's the hand that Aletta called it? The helium hand. Will that hand show up? Yes. When there is someone next to you who feels a little discouraged, who feels a little inconfident, will you encourage them? Because at the end of those 365 days, the question I want you to be asking yourself is, did I do my very best? So friends and members of District 227, let us work together. Let us show up fully committed and intentional. Let us make it count. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Nitasha Kumar. Now, I would like to invite the District Director for District 230, distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz.
Over the last 1 year as the Program Quality Director, I've had this unique challenge. Sometimes standing before the audience and lunch, and today standing before you, between you and the results announcement. We stand tall on the shoulders of giants. We stand tall on the shoulders of giants. Fellow Toastmasters, I heard this statement many years back at a similar acceptance speech. It caught my attention at that time, but only recently have I started thinking about the depth of that statement. Leadership is not solo. We are always surrounded by people. We are fortunate if we can influence some of those people. Even more fortunate are those who find good mentors who guide them through their journey. Over the last 2.5 decades in Toastmasters, I've had the good fortune of standing on the shoulders of quite a few giants. My first club president, he taught me a communication cadence which I follow till date. My mentor taught me about the importance of advanced planning. In fact, one of the first tasks that she did when she was elected as a division director was to book a hall where we will have the division meet a year down the line. And then my first district governor at that time, now district director, he, a soft-spoken person, but he showed me how to be firm when there is trouble in the meeting that he is chairing. He went on to become the international president, and he is respected even now by one and all. I can go on, but I believe the message is clear. We are here today because sometime during our journey, someone believed in us more than we believed in ourselves. Today, as we step in to the District 230 or 230, there are a lot of these things that we want to implement. We will work on 4 priorities. That's something that I commit to all of you. Number 1, we will empower all leaders from club to the district level. We will build strong clubs, strengthening existing ones, and building new clubs organically. We will connect with every member because every member matters. And number 4, we will evolve new leaders because those are the people who will take District 230 forward. These will be guided by 2 principles. We are one team, and we will focus on the future because that is where we belong. Fellow Toastmasters, today we stand tall on the shoulders of giants. Tomorrow, we will become those giants with shoulders broad enough so that other people can stand on it. I wish you all the best and hand you over back to our MCs.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz. We have one small award to be given. The Membership Blaze Award is received by Distinguished Toastmaster Lyra Pinto. And to give that, we would like to invite our Club Growth Director, District 121, C. Pratap Mohan Nair. Distinguished Toastmaster Lyra Pinto, we welcome you on stage.
Toastmasters, last year, District 121 announced a brand new award, and it was named Membership Blaze. The criteria was to be a paid member in any of those clubs, sponsor 5 or more new, dual, or reinstated members in any of the District 121 clubs by September 30th, 2025, and ensure their renewals till September 30, 2026. That is, adding 5 members and ensuring that they renew 2 cycles. It was open for all the 4,000 odd members, but Toastmasters, there's only one person who achieved that. Put your hands together to to Toastmaster Lyra Pinto. Now, what's that award? The recognition is she received an all-inclusive entry to Crescendo 2026, which means that whatever she has paid as an entry fee is being given back to her by the district. A good round of applause for Toastmaster Lyra Pinto.
Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Lyra Pinto and Distinguished Toastmaster C. Pratap Mohan Nair. Crescendo doesn't happen by itself, right? Behind every season, every stage, every perfectly crafted moment, there are people who gave up sleep, their weekends, and probably their sanity to give you your best weekend of the year.
Now it is time to recognize these individuals on stage. Let me quickly invite our Crescendo chair, our very own Kochi's handsome young man, Distinguished Toastmaster Riaz A.F. And along with her, the very talented co-chair Distinguished Toastmaster Arundhati Basu.
Please give a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. We finally very close to calling it curtains down. So before Riaz and I get started, let's have a look at what the last 3 days looked like.
Hello. Good evening. How are you doing so far? Back in 2015, I started my journey in Toastmasters. For the first couple of years, I have always found myself on the stage, contesting. Every single year in the club level. A few times at the division, a very few times, 2 times at the district. And it was in the year 2023, the division contest, I lost it. That was the year our current district director, Distinguished Toastmaster Gokul Pimenon, was the conference chair of Crescendo 2023. He was there at that division contest. He came up to me after the results were announced. Obviously, I lost, I was sad. So he came up to me and he asked me, hey, you lost, that's okay. I'm still figuring out why he was smiling when he said that. Then he asked me, there is something called program team in Crescendo. Would you like to take up the opportunity to become the program co-chair this year? Yes. Of course, I would love to, but now tell me, what is it? Then he explained me what is the duties and responsibilities of being the program co-chair. I took it up. That was the year I have realized the amount of hard work, the energy, time, and effort around hundreds of people putting it across to make an event possible. That was the year for the very first time I felt I was not doing good enough. Because every single year where I was just coming and attending, I was taking it for granted. So the day 2 of 2023 Crescendo, I went back to Gokul and I asked him, hey, if at all you become the district director, will you give me the opportunity to be the conference chair? And he asked me, why? Why should I do it? Then I told him, if you do it, I'll ensure that I'll give my 110% to make it the most memorable conference ever that District 121 will ever host. That was the beginning. And here we are at Crescendo 2026. How was the journey?
The journey of more than a year. The journey of countless conversations, countless smiles, and the efforts of bringing one voice, countless ripples into life. Right from setting the vision to make it one of the finest conferences that you can experience, to deciding the theme, to finally narrowing down the agenda after multiple iterations, to coming together as a team, to debating, discussing, and celebrating, we lived it all. Sometimes our Zoom calls overran so much that Zoom was questioning why they gave us the subscription. We became part of so many WhatsApp groups that the number of WhatsApp groups is higher than my annual hike. But through it all, whether we debated, we brainstormed, we discussed, we celebrated every single moment. It was never easy. But today, when we look back and what we created, it all feels worth it. Sometimes balancing life along with trying to do a conference felt overwhelming for all of us. Sometimes people skipped dinners and sleepless nights. Sometimes, when certain opportunities that we were really looking forward to did not convert, we felt disappointed. But there was one thing that was always on our mind. No matter what it takes, this year, on the last year of District 121, more than bringing the best conference like a competition, we wanted to bring the most memorable conference, a conference that will stay with us for years to come. And today, as we stand on day 3 of Crescendo 2026, it feels like all those sleepless nights, those discussions, those sometimes frustrations, sometimes pulling each other's leg and laughing over it, and end of it all, pulling all this together was totally worth it. That's how one voice, countless ripples came to life in Crescendo 2026.
If I disagree with one thing from what Arundhati just said, the pulling leg was not sometimes, it was always.
I needed some entertainment in life.
It's time to thank the people who have been helping us to orchestrate the best crescendo ever. To start with, distinguished Toastmaster Gokul P. Menon. Thank you very much for this opportunity. What makes this experience so pleasantful for all of us who have behind the screen is, he gave us the complete freedom and also ensured that whenever it is required, he stepped in, held the hands, and guided, and ensured that, may it be in selecting the team, may it be organizing, may it be in planning and planning the execution, he was there guiding as a spotlight. Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Gokul, for everything that you have been doing and helping us with throughout the year for organizing this conference.
Gokul always said in the last 1 year, whenever we discuss Crescendo and we would bring forward an idea, he would say, Riyaz, Arundhati, this is good, but we have to do something grand. We have to do something big. So I think it was Gokul's ambitious nature that pushed us also to go ahead and try for the best. He wanted a conference that would be just setting the benchmark. And thank you, Gokul, for trusting in us to do so. We hope we made it grand for you. And then we had this other individual, one of the most calmest person that I have come across. The minute something goes a little off, we would discuss, come up with a solution, and then we would rush to him and say, sir, this has happened. First thing Safir sir would say, it's okay. It's okay. Anybody who's worked with Safir sir knows, Safir sir's cool as a cucumber. He's always calm, but he's so meticulous. He's always ensured that while we do the planning, we never miss out on anything. He's always ensured that from all the experience that he's gathered over the years, he shares the best with us so that we can bring the best of it on stage. So a lot of things that you saw unfolding on the Crescendo 2026 was his brainchild that he would have witnessed somewhere and shared with us so that we can pick it up and bring it here for you. He's one leader that I have learned a lot from. Thank you very much, Safir sir.
How did you enjoy the food served all these 3 days? All of us? Thank you. Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz might be PQD for you, for us. He is the foodie buddy. Regardless of any discussion in the group that he missed, he will make it a point that he will not miss the point of the discussion when it comes to food. Any meeting he missed, he made sure that he reaches for the trial. Jokes apart, we couldn't have asked for a better PQD to organize such a great conference, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz. Along with, we have somebody who have guided us. Whenever we thought, okay, we got it covered, we got everything covered, we have got the best agenda, we have got everything planned accordingly, this man will look at it, or being part of that meeting, come up with one or two questions that we must have missed about. Attention to the details. Distinguished Toastmaster Pradap Mohan Nair, our Club Growth Director, and also to all the DEC members who have showered love from the beginning. This crescendo, we have announced it for the very first time to the DEC members. That day, the love, the enthusiasm, the energy that you have showed has given us the fuel to move forward. And spreading the word across to your team, area directors, and the club members has helped us to reach the magic number, not 568 as the first day, 580 number on the third day. Good luck for next year, or the PQD elects.
Well, to every district officer, club officers, club leaders, and all the members here, thank you very much. Riaz and I went for most of the DOTPs, the COTPs, the division contest, and nowhere we felt like people look at this crescendo as a BAU on the agenda. Every conference we went to, we were received well. We were told what they liked about the announcement. We were told what could be made better in our announcements. And most importantly, how can people register? That kept us going. But a big conference, any big event, is never possible without an absolutely able team. This year, very particularly, we wanted to ensure that for all the hard work that often goes unnoticed behind the scene, people are recognized. You saw all our teams come on stage throughout the conference, but we'd like to take a minute once again to share a happy note with all these individuals. Our sponsorship team, who made sure we can do the biggest conference because the bank balance said we could do so. Our logistics team, who made sure that there's space to keep the things we got in, there's enough avenues to make sure they come to the venue. A program team who pulled out a fantastic program. Our finance team, which ensured that everything is on track. Our registration team that worked tirelessly to get all those 580 registrations going. PR team that made Mike Caton an absolute sensation throughout the time. Our souvenir team that brought us Olam. And finally, our website team that ensured we had a fully functional website. To all the teams, all the volunteers, all the chairs, all the co-chairs, we will be indebted to you for the rest of our life for being our team to pull off the conference that we dreamt of for one whole year.
To the superstars, the center points of attraction. For the very first time, we had the privilege of hosting the international president of Toastmasters International, Distinguished Toastmaster Aleta Rocha. You have been here, you have enlightened us, and you made it a point that from the morning, I have seen her walking into this hall as the first person in this room. And almost all the days that she ensured that she spent enough time with every single member to connect and to interact, because this is not just another day that we get to meet an international president. Thank you so much for being considerative. Thank you so much for being with us all these 3 days long. Now, in between the conference, a lot of times people come and ask me, hey, how many Red Bulls you had to keep up the energy? For which I replied, I didn't have a Red Bull, but we have guarantee around us. The kind of energy that you are exhiberating to the audience, not only on the stage, whenever we meet you down there, the energy that you pass on to us kept us going, kept us alive. And we purposefully made it a point that after that delicious food, we are going to have Darren. It was a difficult job for you, but it was an easy job for us. But thank you so much for being here, being with us, enlightening all of us with the words of wisdom. And I'm pretty sure that one day, with all the tips that we have received, there is going to be one world champion of public speaking going to emerge from District 1.
Alongside Aletta and Darren, who've always worn their smile and lighted up our stage, we also had the opportunity to hear from some of the finest brains in this country. This morning, we heard about startups, and I come from Bangalore, live in a locality that thrives on startup. So Anoop's conversation today felt like maybe someday a lot of Toastmasters will make a lot of startups come to life. So Anoop Ambika's session was extremely well received. We can't thank him enough. We also had Priyanka G with us. When Priyanka started telling about her school days, I think a lot of us here remembered our ambitions, our goals, what we wanted to become in life. Yesterday at the fun night, I saw everybody enjoying the magic trick. Almost took me back to my childhood days through our magician Anas. And we also had people challenge the mentalist. That is what Toastmasters do. The mentalist was confident, but the people sitting, they were like, you may be the mentalist, but we are Toastmasters. We can do anything. But I think he held his ground and had a fantastic session in our mentalist Vinod. And very finally, we had a panel that touched all our hearts. Dr. Shukla Bose, Tiffany Brar, and M.R. Hari made sure that when we leave this conference, we become better public speakers, but we also become amazing human beings. We all leave with the thought that if we really want to, we can make a difference, at least to one other life in this society. And if everybody did that, we'd all be blessed to have an amazing society. So a huge thank you to all the 3 panelists who enlightened and triggered that hope in us.
Now, to the most important person for me to thank. The extra efficient, the extraordinary, the extra small, co-chair, Arundhati Basu. So many people came up to us and they generously made comments on how smoothly everything was going on the stage. That's because 90% of the conference time, this lady, along with the team, was there at the backstage. I don't know how many numbers of awards that we have given on this stage, but everything was seamless. And all these sleepless nights for last 1.5 years that we have put it across, thinking, planning, and executing. Back in 2023, when I became the program co-chair, again Gokul, on the day of the conference, came and we were done with the agenda, the detailed agenda, the day before. And then Gokul asked, Arundhati, can you please help Riaz to do the agenda once again? And I was like, this is the same stuff that we have done yesterday. What are you going to do now? We sat together. We spent around 45 minutes. The day one, whatever we had done, we have got all together a new, detailed, very detailed agenda. And the next question that I asked was, can we do the day 2 now or tomorrow? From that day, we had the opportunity to work with each other, along with each other. They say that it's like buy one, get one package from that clearance sale. I couldn't have think about a better person to do this conference. And I strongly believe that in order to become a in order to conduct a successful conference, what's the most important? One of the most important thing is the rapport, the connection that you share with the team. And there is no better person that I could have thought about. Thank you so much for coming on board. Regardless of your schedules, regardless of your professional commitments and personal commitments, it meant the world to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Riaz didn't know that I got extra marks for good handwriting in school. That's where all the extras came from. But thank you, Toastmaster Riaz. Let me tell you something funny about Riaz. He has a favorite game. He goes around and tells people, can you guess which part of the country she is from? And people mostly don't get it right because I look very South Indian. Safir sir says I'm a fully converted Malayali by now. And the other game that he likes playing is, can you guess what is her profession? And he says, I'll give you 10 chances. But jokes aside, a lot of people here know that I come from a core finance profession. So I love spreadsheets and I like things to be detailed. So when we initially started working together, we worked backstage for 3 years. We've had great rapport. He's one of my finest friends in this fraternity. I would like to put things on the spreadsheet and get everything in order. And this is how Riaz works. I'd go, we want to talk to the logistics team and get this done. So let me put this as action item 1. And he'd be like, I'll call them now only. Anything I say, I'll do it now only. So after about a week or 2, this is how I would say. I'm going to add, we are going to talk to the logistics team. Do you want to call them now only? So I got used to his rhythm. But what I figured is, he's a man of getting things done. Whatever it is, he'll ensure it happens. His favorite dialogue was, you tell me what needs to be done. I'll get it done. You think I'll get it done. But I know that I wouldn't be the conference co-chair of an event that is going to be one of the dearest to me in my entire Toastmasters journey, if not for this man. One of the most patient, persistent, kind, calm, and nicest human being I've ever met. A dear friend and such an amazing chair. What he wanted me to say is also a very handsome chair. Thank you, Toastmaster Riaz.
Thank you for not forgetting the last part of it. Finally, if all of us had amazing 3 days here at Cochin Crescendo 2026, it became possible only because of the support that we have received from all of you from the beginning. The moment we launched the pre-booking early bird, people started registering, and it never stopped till the day 3. Till the day 3. Thank you so much for making it happen. Every one of you had spent 3 days, regardless of your personal and professional commitment. It meant the world to the District 121. It meant the world to the conference team. It meant world to the district team over here. One last time. These 3 days, the moment that we have spent together, the learnings that we have taken home together is going to make countless ripples beyond this conference. Thank you, every one of you, for making the biggest, the brightest, the bravest conference of District 121, Crescendo 2026.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riaz and Arundhati. They've given their heart and soul to give us the conference, to give us the experience that we have had for the last 3 days. And to felicitate them, we would like to invite our Program Quality Director, District 121, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz. Please give a big round of applause because they have given in their 100% along with their team. They deserve all your love. Audience, please keep going. Thank you so much. Thank you, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz and our program chair and co-chair.
Thank you once again, Toastmaster Riaz and Distinguished Toastmaster Anunti. If you guys didn't know already, you will never see Toastmaster Riaz nor Toastmaster Arundhati without a smile. All 3 days, so much stress, so much of work going around. They will run around, they will be on top of their heads, but never will they ever forget to remove that smile off their face. So once again, a round of applause for the amazing work they both did.
And now a small announcement. If any one of you missed collecting your goodies, it is available in the registration desk, so you can collect it when you leave.
So now we have one missing gold earring. It is available at this corner of the stage. You can come collect it. And if anybody finds a missing wallet, please return it back next to the stage. We will return it to the owner. Apart from this, we have an amazing special session planned for you right after the event. Now, this is a town hall discussion with our international president, and this will be happening right after the Crescendo adjourns. So if people are interested to, talk, discuss, have a conversation with our amazing distinguished Toastmaster Aleta Roshid, please stay back and have the fun.
Right, so now the announcements are done. What's next?
Now, as we said before, for years together, we have been under one family, under one name as District 121.
But a family grows. And when something grows big enough, strong enough, powerful enough, it doesn't shrink back. It expands.
Now, we began as one ripple, but we are going to finish as two gigantic waves.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to say welcome or hello to District 227 and District 230. And for that, we would like to invite Distinguished Toastmaster Dilip Choyapalli. Please put your hands together for Distinguished Toastmaster Dilip.
Check. Thank you, Badra and Bhavesh. I know I'm standing between many important things, but this crescendo is a core memory for all of us. And one reason is we are expanding into 2 districts. How about a little tribute to District 121 and a grand welcome to District 227 and 230. But before we move in there, what is a district without a district conference? Let us have a video from our core crescendo memories during the last few years. Ladies and gentlemen, calling your attention to the AV. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a little request to all of you. There is a small envelope that has landed to you during the break. I would want all of you to reach out to those envelopes, distribute what is there on the envelope, and you know what to do. In the meantime, I would request my lovely volunteers to be on stage. We are a group who are just expanding geographies and boundaries. District 121 is becoming 230 and 227. The boundaries get changed, the growth will never stop. India, a land of unity and diversity. A few yards of a wonderful cloth adorning a beautiful woman. Just do a slight twist and turn. You change the geography, you reach a completely different culture. But a few of the values, despite the diversity that we have, they unite us. And these values are generic across the globe. Respect, integrity, service, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a befitting and wonderful farewell to District 121, just reminding all of us that the values still remain, the camaraderie still remains, the togetherness still remains. Geography may divide us. We stay together as a wonderful fraternity, supporting leadership and communication development. I would request the volunteers to come off the stage and take the leaders from District 121, 230, and 227 all back to the stage. And I would request the audience to spread the light of knowledge, leadership, and communication to each other and join us in this mission. May I have the volunteers off the stage and leaders accompany them back to the stage once they join you. All top 8 from District 121, 230, 227. Darren, Distinguished Toastmaster Darren Tay, Distinguished Toastmaster Aleta Rocha, International President, our dear Region Advisor, Distinguished Toastmaster Vanitha Rangarajan, if you could join the leaders, join our volunteers and get back to stage. And let the lamps spread their light as we move ahead.
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा सुर की नदियाँ हर दिशा से बह के सागर में मिले बादलों का रूप लेकर बरसे.
Let the lamps reach the extreme rows. Ladies and gentlemen, please join.
तो सुर बने हमारा मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा.
Chön tarz thay mön tarz ikvat baniye san tarz.
May I request a wonderful audience to hold the lamps and rise as a tribute to 121 and a welcome to 227 and 230.
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा.
मुंहिंजो सुर तुंहिंजे सां प्यारा मिले जॾहिं गीत असांजो मधुर तरानो बणे तॾहिं
सुर का दरिया बहके सागर में मिले
बदलांदा रूप लखे
बरसन होले होले
இசைந்தா நம் இருவரின் சுரமும் நமதாகும்
Mile Sur Mera Tumhara is a popular Hindi song which we all know. And it means nothing other than what we had talked and reiterated for the last 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. Crescendo 2026, one voice, countless ripples. Respect, integrity, service and excellence. Let us stay as Toastmasters International, one big force that propels all of us together. Thank you so much for your presence. Thank you so much for the solidarity. Wishing District 230 and District 227 nothing but the best. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. Crescendo 2026, one voice, countless ripples. Thank you so much.
তোমার সুর মোদের সুর সৃষ্টি করু ওই কসুর সৃষ্টি হোক ওই কোতান ତୁମ ମୋର ସ୍ୱରର ମିଳନ ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରି ଚାଲୁ ଐକ୍ୟତାନ
Thank you so much, the entire team behind this for that beautiful and lovely surprise. I'm sure we all enjoyed it. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for the entire team behind this for this wonderful surprise. It was a surprise for us as well.
So what else is pending? Can we adjourn? Are we all waiting for something? Are we all waiting for something?
We can't hear you.
You know, I can notice now, some of you are sitting a little bit straighter. I can see smiles hiding behind all those nervousnesses. Now we have contestants available all over, spread across, and their club members ready to excite them up when they are on stage. So before I actually call upon or move to the action, can we have some excitement? Crescendo! Come on, chant with me, Crescendo. We are not going to move forward until you say with me. Crescendo. Crescendo. Once again, Crescendo. Thank you, people.
So now, the stage in all 3 days has witnessed incredible performances, authentic, powerful, and unforgettable. The results are in, the judges have decided, and yes, no amount of eye contact with them is going to change anything.
So let's not keep you waiting in suspense any longer. Please join me in welcoming the person who holds the answers right now. Definitely not me. The contest chair, distinguished Toastmaster Susan Matthews, for
results.
Of course, our winner announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the very last time in this event, good evening. I can feel your heartbeats. Plus, I have a train to catch, so I'll quickly move into the results. Let me call a few leaders onto the stage. First of all, the backbone of this contest, distinguished Toastmaster Lissy John, our Chief Judge. Please join us on stage. I would like to specially mention here that the preparation for the District 121 contest began a year back. And when we started, our Chief Judge was distinguished Toastmaster Natasha. So we started off with a lot of trainings for the contestants and the judges. So I would like to especially thank distinguished Toastmaster Natasha for the role that you played. And DTM Lissy joined us in March. And we had wonderful chemistry together. She was my main support for these contests. So we have on stage a round of applause for our chief judge. I would also like to call on stage the Toastmasters International President, Distinguished Toastmaster Aleta Rocha. A round of applause for ma'am. Our District 121 Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Safir Aziz. And District 121 Club Growth Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Pratap C. Nair. Clap, clap, clap for our leaders. I'm very happy to announce that for all the 4 contests, we had no time disqualifications. A huge round of applause for our meticulous contestants. And the results. The evaluation contest. The 3rd place goes to Shalini Mukund. Requesting our Club Grow Director to give away the prize. Anik Datta, requesting Distinguished Toastmaster Safir to give away the prize. Champion Evaluator Akshay Abraham Oman. Requesting Gita Melata. To please join for a group photograph. For the table topics contest, ordinary life, extraordinary moments. The 3rd place winner, Daryl Rodrigues. Sharanya CP. And the champion who thinks on his toes, Akshay Abraham Oman. The humorous speech contest. Oh, this is one result we are really looking forward to. At third place, pay and dues, Akshay Abraham Oman. At second place, perennial, Malinian Habar. And at the first place, any guesses? Srijitis! And finally, the International Speech Contest. For this, I must request our 2016 World Championship of Public Speaking Distinguished Toastmaster Darren Tay to please join us on stage. At third place, Shayani Bhadra. Sayani Bhadra. At second place, we have Aftab P. Bashir. And the champion who will represent us in the World Championship of Public Speaking quarterfinals, Deepak Justin. I request both Distinguished Toastmaster Alita and Darren Tay to give this prize away together. Deepak Justin's son to please come on stage. Please join us on stage. District Contest Chair signing off. Thank you, District 121. Back to the MCs.
Thank you, Contest Chair, Distinguished Toastmaster Susan Matthews. Congratulations to all the winners and to all our participants. You didn't just compete, but you inspired us. Because in a contest like this, it's not about winning. It's about the courage to show up and give your best. And you have all done that. So thank you once again. Please give a big round of applause for them.
Let me not wait or make you wait for your coffee and for your trains. Let us quickly call our Crescendo chair and co-chair to adjourn our grand Crescendo 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to take any more time. The tea is ready. Please remember at 6:30 p.m. today, we have a town hall with our international president, Distinguished Toastmaster Aletta Roche. On that note, just 5 minutes behind schedule time, we adjourn Crescendo 2026.
And out of all the 3 days, you can have one tea peacefully without any disturbance. Go enjoy your tea now.
Requesting the top 8 members to come to the left-hand side of the stage. The top 8 of District 121. Thank you, everybody. Good night.